right, chat. Very good evening. I hope we're doing well today. Welcome to the stream. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Welcome, guys. Welcome indeed. Alrighty, so we're back, and apologies for the lack of streams recently. Life has just sort of taken over streaming and flight simming, to be honest with you. Really not had much time to flight sim or anything, really. I've done a little bit of gaming here and there, just sort of off the cuff, kind of unplanned stuff. But really not much time to do flight simming, unfortunately. So, yeah, hence the lack of streams. So I do apologise for that, but I am still here, and I do think about streaming very often. And it's just unfortunate that I just, you know, sometimes you just can't fit it in, can you? So, yeah, apologies for the lack of streams, but we're back today anyway. Back with a pretty big stream, actually. It should be quite a good one, and we've got some couple of really nice approaches that I'm looking forward to today. And yeah, let's recap that, what we've got coming up. So first, we're going to be flying from Jersey in the Channel Islands. This is the UK 2000 scenery we're using. We're flying from Jersey, out of Jersey over to the east, and along with the UK 2000 scenery, we do also have the Seafront Simulations scenery installed as well for the Channel Islands and the UK Southeast. So we should hopefully, if there's not a ton of clouds, which at the moment it's looking okay, we should see quite a lot of sort of maritime activity for our departure here out of Jersey, which should be quite nice. It's not something we often see here. So yeah, very much looking forward to seeing that. We do also have the Rex Accueason Advanced installed. Now, last time we flew with this installed, I think it was the day after it was released. We actually flew basically in the desert in the US, so we didn't really get to see much of the effects of Rex Accueason Advanced. So with us now starting to get into autumn, the trees are starting to change color now, and I've got sort of Rex Accueason on an auto update, so it kind of updates the files in the sim every day, actually. So yeah, we should maybe get to see some slightly different sort of ground scenery and trees and things like that, which should be quite nice to see en route. And you know, finally getting to the punch here, we are flying into Amsterdam for this first leg. Flying into Amsterdam Schiphol. Obviously, Flytampa released their much anticipated scenery for this over the last week or so, and really looking forward to flying in there with some good scenery. As you guys may or may not know, you know, I've been looking forward to this one for quite some time. The Premium Deluxe, or, well, I don't know if it's Premium Deluxe or Standard Edition, but the scenery that comes with the sim currently really left a lot to be desired, especially a lot of the, I think it's the H gates where we commonly park up with our sort of non-Schengen lower cost airlines. Very much left a lot to be desired, although there was quite a nice freeware upgrade to the airport. The Flytampa one, I've had a quick look at it so far, and it is just, as you would expect from Flytampa, just really, really good quality, and really enjoyable airport to fly out of. So really looking forward to arriving into Amsterdam. And for the final leg, we're going to be flying from Amsterdam over to Edinburgh. Now, this should be quite an interesting one. Obviously, we've flown into Edinburgh many times on the stream. In fact, let me just check here. Did I actually enable my scenery for Edinburgh? I seem to have just realised that I may have forgotten to do that. And yeah, okay, it seems like I have done that. So whilst oops, right, so whilst I'm introducing the stream here today, I'm just going to that's quite annoying, actually. Yeah, so I've forgotten to enable my scenery for Edinburgh, which is quite annoying. But having said that, we are going to be flying into Edinburgh. Now, what I was going to say is that we've got a storm on the way over the UK at the moment, so some pretty poor weather over the UK, especially in Scotland, where they have currently a red weather warning, which is very rare to be issued by the UK Met Office, and they're expecting some extremely heavy rain and some flooding. So obviously my thoughts going out to anyone involved in that. It does sound like it's going to be quite unprecedented for the area that it's hitting. So yeah, it should also bring with it heavy rain, low visibility, and some strong winds flying into Edinburgh. Now, my plan was to fly to Edinburgh, and I mean, given the weather conditions are so, expected to be really quite bad, I thought it'd be quite a good opportunity to sort of practice doing a bit of a diversion scenario. And we'll divert on down to Fuzzair's base at Leeds Bradford. Now, I think that is probably what we will do, just because I kind of want to try something a little bit different and do something that we've not done in the PMDG before. We've done some other diversions on the stream, but never done it in the PMDG. So it would be quite good to do that, I think. So, in fact, I probably don't need to quit the sim right now and install the Edinburgh scenery, because we're not actually going to be landing there, are we? Most likely. I mean, let's see what the weather is actually like at Edinburgh at this current moment. EGPH. I mean, it's not actually looking too terrible, so it might be a bit silly to divert from there. But yeah, I tell you what we'll do is I'll go tick the scenery. So I do apologise, chat. I can't believe I missed that. Out of everything that I have spent my time preparing for today, you can tell I've not been streaming for a little while here, forgetting one of the airports. So I'll just go and do that real quick on my other monitor here. That's ticked. Cool, and then we go again. Right, so while the sim's loading up in the background, that is the plan for today. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Yeah, it should be quite cool. If the weather is okay to land at Edinburgh, yeah, I suppose let's try it. But I think we should probably kind of just aim for a diversion, if that makes any sense. And we are going to be flying on VATSIM, so it should be good fun to do that with some controllers, hopefully, if there's some online. I'm not sure if there actually is at this very moment in time. But nevertheless, we'll see how things go. It should be a lot of fun. And even diverting to Leeds Bradford, the weather at Leeds Bradford at the moment is still fairly... It wouldn't be the greatest diversion airport, I would say. You would probably want to divert maybe somewhere more southerly in the UK if you're going to divert. But yeah, Leeds Bradford's going to be probably still quite borderline, I think, in terms of visibility. And I think the wind's not going to be quite as bad down in Leeds, but definitely going to be low visibility. So maybe we'll even do a Cat 3 landing, potentially, on our diversion. Which could be quite cool. Don't think I've ever done one of those in the PMDG, so yeah. So that's the plan for today. We've got the Pyreegue Devco scenery for Edinburgh and the Orbex scenery for Leeds Bradford. We've also got the Great Britain Central pack from Orbex for the Central Great Britain POIs, which is always nice coming into Leeds Bradford, flying over Leeds city centre. There's a lot of stuff to see there. So yeah, looking forward to that. How have we all been whilst we're waiting for the sim to load? Who have we got in the chat? One other thing before I continue. So, guys, you may have noticed there's a pinned comment on the stream chat today, which is something we've not really done much of on the stream, and it is regarding a fundraiser that my partner, Katie, is actually trying to raise money at the moment for a UK or even a local charity. They're actually local to me, so they're based in the sort of West Yorkshire area in the UK, and they are a charity that works with homeless people. And my partner, like I say, Katie, is actually running a fundraiser for them at the moment. And in fact, tonight is the big night, really. She's actually sleeping on the street. There's a group of people doing it, but she's not going to be on her own. But she is sleeping on the street tonight to raise awareness and obviously this fundraiser for the charity. So that's what she's going to be doing tonight. And obviously, if you guys would like to support that and support the charity, of course, then the link to do so is in the pinned comment in the chat today. So, anything is more than appreciated. And yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a not the greatest night, as I've just sort of described to you regarding the weather. It's not going to be a particularly great night to be sleeping on the street. But I suppose that's the that's the experience that someone who is actually homeless would have. So yeah, very proud of her, and it's a very bold thing to do, to raise money for a charity. And if you guys want to support that, like I say, link is in the pinned comment in the chat, and anything would be more than appreciated. So thank you in advance for anyone that does go out of the way to do that. Right, okay, so let's see, who else do we have in the chat then? We're loaded back in here. We're just gonna have a quick look at the chat here, and then we'll get rocking with things. We're actually going to be running live weather today, chat, but we're not going to be running live time because it's going to be really dark for the whole stream if we do that. So let me just adjust the time here in the background. There we go, lovely stuff. As you can hear, it is quite breezy here at Jersey. Right, so Aviation Ulf, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. No worries at all, my friend. Hopefully I'll catch you again soon. Hopefully you catch the replay. Naughty, welcome. First time in a while, indeed, yeah, for both of us. 737 Sim, single-sided. Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing all your pictures, Naughty. It looks absolutely amazing. Naughty's building his own 737 Sim in his house, and it looks absolutely brilliant. No expense spared by the looks of things. So big props to you. It looks like quite the task, and come up with some quite ingenious solutions actually, and it looks very, very authentic. George, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Aviator 04, welcome indeed. Good evening. Dave, welcome to the chat. Good evening. I hope you're doing well, and thank you very much for your donation to Simon on the Streets as well for the fundraiser I was talking about earlier. Much appreciated, Dave. Katie says thank you as well. The commentator, welcome. Good to be back indeed. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you indeed. Aviator 04 is going on holiday in Cornwall this weekend. Hope the rain won't spoil it. Yeah, I think, to be honest, on the weekend, you might be sort of catching the tail end of it. And to be honest, I don't think the south is going to be quite as bad as the north of the UK, from what I've seen. So maybe you'll be okay down in Cornwall. So yeah, I hope you enjoy your holiday. Nevertheless, I'm actually going away in my camper van at the weekend as well. So hopefully it's not too rainy. Roy, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Long time no see indeed. Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? And I do apologise, but we're back at least for today. Indeed. So welcome, Roy. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Oh, Notty's donated as well. Thank you so much for dropping the donation there as well, Notty. I really do appreciate that, and I'm sure Katie does as well. I'm sure she sends her love and thank you if she was here. Oh, we've got a song with lyrics here. Hang on a minute. This is not going to work well. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, George Chadwick, welcome to the chat. Doing a Paris shoulder goal to Frankfurt in a 737-800 operated by SL Belgium. Very nice indeed. I hope you enjoy. I hope you have a very nice flight there, my friends. Soren, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Dave says, loving the top. Thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this as well myself. Yeah, I actually only got this a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, I thought it would be a great buy for winter. Nice, comfortable, warm fleece to wear. So thanks, Dave. Quizzy, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Matt, welcome to the chat. It has been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, it's going very well. Thank you. Just very, very busy. But yeah, doing good. I hope you are doing well also. There's a storm in Denmark as well, says Soren. Interesting. Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of Northern Europe getting some pretty crazy weather at the moment. I think I saw last night in Iceland, they were reporting wind gusts of around 50 or 60 knots, something like that, which is absolutely wild. Ala, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well as well. Welcome to the channel, and no worries at all. And thank you very much for making the effort with the English there, and I'm sure you'll do absolutely fine. But welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Right, all right. Christoph, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Settings. What settings are you looking for there, Christoph? If you're looking for graphics, it's exclamation point graphics in the chat. Jetty Flies, welcome to the chat. Long time no see indeed. Welcome back. Stian, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Amazing Maze, welcome indeed. How to make my sim load so fast? Well, I generally only turn on the add-ons that I'm using for the given flight. So I assume I mean, that's definitely going to help quite a bit. And I don't have a ton of AI installed as well, which always ups your loading time. But welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Rikes Aviation, welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Zero, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alrighty then, chat. So I know there's been a few more messages there, which I would like to catch up with. But just for now, I am going to crack on with the setup here and get our clearance and stuff. We do have a tower controller online here at Jersey, which is very, very nice to see. So we're going to crack on with the setup here because I did already actually have the aircraft set up before the stream started. But obviously we've just had to restart the stream like a fool. So we'll just crack on and get the setup underway. So let's do that then, shall we? So as you can see, we're here on the ground at Jersey. We've got one other aircraft there on VATSIM. Not matching regarding the model matching, and their call sign is A204, so I guess that's why they're not matching. So good, right? Okay, well let's get set up then, and not spend too much longer. We have seen this scenery before on the stream, and I think it did have an update recently, didn't it? But I'm not sure what exactly was updated here. Now, GSX has seen quite a few updates. I mean, there's been a ton of updates, really, hasn't there, in the flight sim world recently? Ton of updates to a ton of things, but we'll get and have a look at that once we get up in the air here, because I'm very well aware that I've spent half an hour waffling here. So let's get cracking anyway with the setup, and then we'll come back to some of the messages and happenings. Right then, so let's get rolling. Battery on, ground power on. Emergency exit lights. I'm going to do sort of a bit of a quick setup here because, like I said, I did have our trusty captain here who had already been on board and set everything up, but for some reason we had a glitch in the matrix and the aircraft's just suddenly gone back to a default state. So because we had to restart the sim, of course. So we're going to get everything set up in a relatively short order here. I'm not going to run through all the tests and things like that. And we'll just sort of get rocking with things. So we'll get the overhead done. That should do it for now. We'll come down here. Nothing to do there. Everything looking good here. The initial altitude. Oops. Initial altitude on the departure is going to be 5,000, but I'll put 4.9 for now because we don't have our clearance yet. Just to remind me, initial heading 083. Just doing this preemptively again. You probably wouldn't do the MCP setup at this stage, but like I say, I'm just trying to roll through things as quickly as possible. We'll give the IRS its position, so we'll go to pausing it. Grab the GPS position. We'll go EGJJ, and we're at gate number 13. So we'll pop that in there as well, and we'll just come back to our index page, and we'll go to our route page there. We'll just leave that there for now whilst we continue on with our setup here. So regarding the flight number, we'll just pop that in here as well, 386. There we go. Not essential, but we've done it anyway. We'll make sure the parking brake is indeed set. And coming down, we'll get the tower tuner 119450. Cool, and the 80s on 134675. And we'll make sure we're listening to that. Right, looks like we've just caught the end of it there, which is nice. Okay, so let's make some notes here.
The information hotel, time 1650 Zulu, runway in use 08, transition level flight level 70, surface wind 150 degrees 13 knots, visibility
pretty windy,
kilometers or more showers in the vicinity, few at 800 feet, few at cumulonimbus 1500 feet, temperature +16. Dew point +14, QNH 980 hectopascal, QFE 971 hectopascal.
980.
Acknowledge receipt of information hotel, and advise aircraft type on first contact.
Right, that's good. So that's the 80s we've got there. That's fantastic. We'll run through a full briefing in just a moment. Okay, cool. So, right then. So we are looking in better shape now. Go ahead and pop the yaw damper on, and the fuel pumps don't need to be on just now. We will stick these guys on though, and we'll do the refueling in just a moment. We do actually have some, as I was starting to say earlier on, some integration with GSX now regarding the PMDG, which is quite nice. So I believe when you call the refueling now, I think it either does it automatically or it's just better in general. I'm not exactly sure. And then we've got boarding integration as well, which is also quite nice to see. But first of all, we're going to request the catering to come on its way. And we're then going to request the refueling. So whilst we wait for that stuff to happen, what we'll do is we'll brief the OFP. So let's go ahead and do that then, shall we? There comes the catering. Lovely stuff. So we'll do the OFP brief. So jumping over to the fuzz pads. Lighter, welcome to the chat. Quilky, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Dennis, welcome to the chats. Welcome indeed. Alrighty then. So then, looking at the OFP just very quickly here. So we're going to be fuzzair 386 today. We're going from Jersey to Schiphol. We're in the Alpha Reg 738 for fuzzair. We are targeting 1800 Zulu for our off blocks time, so we've not got much time at all really, and 1931 estimated on blocks. We do have a slight tailwind component today, 31 knots, which is nice on average, and we're very, very light today, 53.1 tons expected, 0 fuel weight, which is fairly light indeed. We are in Newsky, by the way, as well, chat, which reminds me, let me just make sure I start the flight here. So we are on Newsky, so the weight information and things is obviously pulled from there. Alternate's going to be Brussels, cruising at flight level 330. Trip time of 1 hour and 3 minutes. Alternate time 38 minutes if we need to divert to Brussels from Amsterdam. Block fuel, we're taking 5470 kilograms. And we're expecting 08 here at Jersey, which is as per the ATIS, which we've already checked. Fenix 3 Bravo for the departure is what we're expecting. And then we're expecting Dennet 3 Alpha into Amsterdam. 18 right. I've not checked the ATIS for there yet. I don't know if anyone's online there, actually. Well, they are actually. Interesting. Very nice indeed. So they're actually using 18 right. So that's good. Dennet 3 Alpha. And then coming down, we've only got 55 passengers on board, so we should have quite a spicy climb rate, I would imagine. So we can probably give ourselves a pretty hefty D rate for the departure. And 1.8 tons of cargo, so very light, as I said. Right, interestingly, nope, that's fine. Coming on further down, we do have some SIGMETs in place. So just briefly having a scan here. Looks like we've got some severe turbulence forecast, and that's looking like it's going to be between flight level 200 flight level 350, along with some embedded thunderstorms, tops of flight level 300, moving north-northeast, which is interesting for our flight. And then we've got some embedded thunderstorms moving north-northeast, flight level 300 tops there as well. Weather here at Jersey looking pretty windy. This is the METAR, of course. We just listened to the ATIS, which didn't report the showers, so pretty windy from the southeast, but other than that, nothing too crazy at the moment. Weather at Schiphol, also a fairly similar story, to be honest with you. We do have that quite low pressure as well. And as you can see in the TAF, we've got some very variable conditions on the arrival, potentially into Amsterdam. Potential for some rain or mist on the arrival as well, and quite low ceilings, as you can see. In fact, this will not apply to us, but we've got this temporary of probability 40% temporary, which again probably won't apply to us. It's only up till 1700 Zulu there, so should be fairly smooth sailing into Amsterdam, I would imagine. And then Brussels, our alternate. The weather actually there looks very, very nice indeed. So let's have a quick look at the charts for the flight today. We're probably going to see something here. This is our routing up to the northeast and then in over Belgium, and then a little bit of a notching route around the coast of the Netherlands there, and then into Amsterdam. And looking at the significant weather charts here up to flight level 450, we do have a couple of things here. We've got this big area of clear air turbulence here, which is indicating moderate turbulence up to flight level 400 from flight level 250. And then we've got this area here of isolated embedded CBs below flight level 100 up to flight level 300. And the tropical is low actually down here, flight level 280, which is quite low. But that is that, and again a similar story on the higher significant weather charts. As you can see, the winds as well coming more or less from the south and southeast, south and southwest, giving us that tailwind for the trip today. So yeah, that is everything on the OFP. Also a nice little thing I noticed in Navigraph, you can now actually view the OFP in here, which is rather nice, and you can view these really nice big maps as well, which are nicely scaled up as well, which is very, very nice indeed. Righto, so we'll brief the charts once we get a little bit further underway here, but let's jump back into the aircraft and we'll get things rolling, shall we? So the refueler is here. You can see him just out the window there. Let's see, does he actually connect up now? No, he doesn't, not yet. And I think, yeah, it's probably waiting for us to set the fuel level. So oh, look at that. It does actually take the fuel level from your SimBrief flight plan. And I assume it's trying to enter that on its own. Sorry, 5470. So I imagine it may have done that on its own. if it wasn't for me already having the jersey on the scratch pad there. But nevertheless, let's crack on. So we're going to go from Jersey to Schiphol. We're going to be fuzzair 386 today, and we're expecting runway 108 here. So let's do that. We'll also do a flight plan request because we should be able to bring that in through ACARS. And we can actually request boarding now as well. Crew is already on board. Oh, look at that. It's doing the payload for me. That's pretty snazzy, isn't it? Very snazzy indeed. How it sets the cargo and the passenger numbers. Interesting and very nice. Okay. Well, nevertheless, we go like that. So it's not quite the integration that I thought it was, but nevertheless, that's fine. We'll load in our route here. We should start to see the passengers coming out. Not going to take long to board at all here. We've only got 55 passengers coming on board, so let's try and speed things along here. We do have the tower frequency tuned, so we can speak to them momentarily. Let's just check the route real quick. We've got Benix, Conan, Coxie, Dennet. And that is the route. That's looking good. So we'll go departures. Runway 08 is what we're expecting. And we're expecting the Fenix 3 Bravo, which we'll select there. And then we'll come back here and we'll select our expected runway of 18 right. It is only a short flight today, so we'll just get this all selected up in advance. And we can just maybe save ourselves a few steps when we are up in the air. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the transition, so we may have to look back on that. It's going to be River or River 1 Delta. But let's have a quick look at the charts here very quickly. So River 1 Delta is the nighttime transition. Okay, doesn't quite tell me what time they will be used at. I'm probably missing it, but for now, just to move things along a little bit, let's just punch in River, and let's have a quick look at the route here on the MFD. So, come back to the legs page, all the way to the start. Heading out initially to the Jersey NDB, that looks correct. All looking good there. Let's just zoom out a tiny touch. And then coming in over the airfield and kicking out to the side before we come back round onto the ILS and then they go around. Yeah, that looks all okay, I think. Like I say, the arrival may differ slightly once we're arriving, but that looks good for now. And then flight level 50 is correct there, so that's fine, all good regarding that. Now back to the route page, we'll activate and execute. All looking good, fantastic stuff. Alternate's going to be EBBR, so we'll stick that in there as well. And to the perf in it, we're going to be 26 on the cost index. The reserve fuel we're using is 2.3. The zero fuel weight 48.8, a little bit higher than planned, but no issues. Cruising at flight level 330, and the wind up there is gonna be 193 at 48. Wind able 250 knots in the river, that's fine. And then the temperature up there, minus 50 is correct. That's good. We'll just ignore these for now. We'll deal with that a little bit later on. Transition altitude is 5,000, so that's good as well. So we'll execute that. We'll go N1 limits. We'll assume 45 degrees, but we'll go to a 22 kd rate for the departure because we do have very, very light payload here today. And then we'll go takeoff flaps of 5. CG is 22.1, and giving our V speeds as per that. V2 is going to be 133, which we'll set here. And then we'll just go ahead and finish off our MCP, which is 083 and then 050. Oops.
Hello, radio check.
050 for the initial course outbound from the Jersey NDB. And then we'll come a little bit further down here and just finish our setup by tuning 1122. And the same on this side. There we go. So that should show us now the Jersey. It's not an NDB. It is a VWAP. So that's there. Good. Righto. So we'll just stick auto brake to RTO. Reset the fuel flow there. We'll select LNAV as well. After, of course, turning the flight directors on. That's good. Okie dokie. Right. We can go get our clearance now once this other pilot has requested theirs. Let's get the AP fired up as well because we're going to be more or less ready to go here.
I have for to Gatwick Information India.
Station calling your call sign again.
Still got a few bags, but shouldn't be too much longer now. Guys, I'll catch up with any chat messages once we get underway.
29 Romeo, got no flight plan, refile it.
Right, so pre-flight checklist. Oxygen tested 100%, nav transfer and display switches are normal and auto. That's good. Window heat is on. Pressurization mode selector in automatic, and we've already set the pressurization panel there. Flight instruments heading is 015, altimeter 980 hectopascals, 280 feet. Engine start levers are in cutoff, and that is all good to go there. Fantastic. Right, so pre-flight checklist complete. We'll go ahead and request our clearance for today. I'm just going to double check if the ATIS has changed. We've got information India now. QNH still the same, however.
Easy 29 Romeo, cleared London Gatwick, Forest 1 Delta departure, Squawk 1201.
As per India here. PMDG EFB coming soon as well. Very excited for that.
Departure, Squawk 1201.
I still fly with those graphic settings. I pretty much do, Chris. Yeah, the only thing I've changed really is the shadows, which I've actually turned to a slightly lower resolution. Jersey Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 986 stand 13. Type Boeing 738 QNH 980. Information India on board requesting clearance to Amsterdam Schiphol.
Yeah, Fuzzy 386, good evening, cleared Amsterdam, Fenix 3 Bravo departure, Squawk 5274.
Cleared to Amsterdam Schiphol, Fenix 3 Bravo departure, Squawk 5274 Fuzzy 986.
Fuzzy 386, read back correct, when ready, call push and start.
Okay, cool. So Squawk 5274 is in, and the boarding is all done now. I've just heard the bing bong, and the stairs are now detaching, which is lovely. We'll go ahead and bring the music down for the departure here. APU should be nicely fired up now, which it is. We'll get the APU bleed on to get the passengers some air. For now, we'll get the APU gens on as well, and we'll go ahead and remove the chocks and ground power. Good. Okay, so that's all good there. We'll do before start down to the line. So flight deck door is closed and locked. Fuel is 5.5 tons. Pumps, they do actually need to come on now. We've done the refueling. So pumps are on. Windows and doors are locked. All good there. MCP. V2 is... Oops. Keybinds. 083. Heading... sorry. V2133 heading 083. Altitude 5,000. Auto brake is RTO. Takeoff speeds are 282933. CDO pre-flight is complete. Parking brake is set. Rudder and aileron trim 3 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing is not complete. We'll do the takeoff briefing now, so down to the line will be complete. So departure briefing then over in the fuzz pad. Should be quite straightforward here at Jersey. So we're departing Jersey. This is the 10-9 we're looking at initially. Airport elevation here 277 feet. We're departing from the main terminal here on the south apron. Excuse me. So regarding our movements here, we stand 13. We're going to taxi on down Juliet, and then we'll probably get a left turn down at Bravo, and then follow Bravo down to the holding point for runway 08, like so. Departing runway 08 on the Fenix free. Bravo as cleared. This is 10-3 Alpha chart. Transition altitude 5,000 feet and noise preferential routes, etc. When instructed, contact Jersey Control after takeoff. Now, don't think they're online. They are not, so we're going to be going to Unicom, so that's not actually really applicable for us. Do not climb above SID level until cleared by ATC, which, again, we only have tower online, so we're probably not going to get any further clearance regarding the altitude, so we'll probably clear ourselves up to our cruising altitude, more or less, you know, fairly rapidly after departure here. So that's good. So the departure itself is climbing straight ahead towards the Jersey VOR, then a left turn on the 050 radial out to Ketic. Required altitude there 5,000 feet, and then out to Fenix. As said, do not climb above 5,000 until instructed, but that's not necessarily applicable. And then no turns below at 900 feet. Yeah, so it's a bit windy today. We've got weather. We've got wind from the southeast, which should give us quite a crosswind takeoff. So obviously need to bear that in mind, using a bit of aileron into the wind for the takeoff and some rudder. So that's that for the takeoff. We're very light as well today, so we can expect quite a high climb rate, so do need to be aware of that and try and we might need to maybe enable the automation quite early so that we don't let the aircraft run away from us, as it is quite difficult to adjust things and manually fly at the same time. I don't want to get an altitude capture when you know, just because we're climbing so quickly and I'm unable to adjust the MCP due to the fact that we are flying manually. So I may just enable the automation quite early there to allow us to get you know, get a nice smooth departure. But apart from that, everything is looking okay. So I think we're ready to rock and roll. That's down to the line complete. And I've realised, I do apologise, chat. I've literally just done that whole discussion there. In fact, I've not even been showing anything in the cockpit, so that's fine. I forgot to hide the fuzz pad though, but nevertheless, all done and dusted there, down to the line. APU is running. Ground crew have disconnected all their stuff. Let's prepare for pushback and departure. Andrea, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Biggles, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome.
We are ready for pushback.
Lighter says you don't have live weather on as it's dark right now. I do have live weather on. I do not have live time. So you can obviously set the time and the weather independently in the sim. As you can see, we've got live weather but not live time. Obviously it is dark in the real world, but I decided to use a bit of an earlier time so that we can actually, you know, see a bit of scenery and not be flying the whole flight in darkness, which doesn't always work so well for the stream. All right, so let's just pop the transponder to alt off and let's have a look what's going on outside. We've got the tug connected here, lovely stuff, and we'll just close that window for now whilst we request our pushback clearance. Fuzzy 986 stand 13 request push and start.
Fuzzy 386 push and start through face west,
Call for taxi.
Sorry, yeah, it's 386. Push and start approved, and call for taxi. Fuzzy 386. Alrighty, getting my call sign wrong here for some reason. I've written it down on my notepad wrong. I always look at that and not in the sim. Right, so continue pushback. Standard pushback.
Locking gear.
And we'll do before start down below the line. So fashion seatbelt switch is indeed on. Anti-collision lights, we'll get that on now as well. And the parking brake will release when the ground crew advise us to. We'll also get the packs off for departure. We'll leave the APU bleed on, of course. Good. Alrighty then. Just getting lifted up now by the trusty ground crew here. And that parking of the staircase is quite unfortunate there, isn't it? So, dear oh dear. Let's release the parking brake anyway.
All engines are clear. Start at will.
Alrighty. So let's go for an engine start on the right engine initially. So we'll go ignition to ground. Wait for the N2, about 20%. And we'll start the fuel flow. Alrighty, let's set the parking brake.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can
Cool.
disconnect.
Starter has cut out. We'll go for a start on the left engine. There's 20% on the N2. Oh, she's got her head in the nose wheel well. Okie dokies. So that engine is stabilizing. That's looking good. Right. So coming overhead. Get the gens on. All looking good. We'll get the packs back on. APU bleed can come off. Engine start switch is continuous. We'll get the APU off as well. And having a look further down here. Everything looks good there. Put the auto throttle Boeing on, and otherwise I'll forget it. That's all looking great. All looking good there. Fantastic stuff. So we'll come here. We'll just do that as well. And before tax checklist. So generators are on. Anti-ice not required. APU is off. Engine start just continuous. Recall is checked. Engine start levers idle. Flight controls. We'll do a quick check of the flight controls, of course. So full left, full right, and neutral. Full up, full down, and on the rudder, full left and full right. All looking good there. Great stuff. Okie dokes. And the ground equipment is indeed clear. After before taxi checks complete. Fuzzy 386, request taxi.
Fuzzy 386, thank you, by Juliet and Bravo. Taxi hold point Bravo 1, runway 08, QNH 980 hectopascals.
Via Juliet Bravo, taxi to holding point Bravo 1 for runway 08, QNH 980, Fuzzy 386. Okay, let's go, chats. Righto, so we'll get the flaps to 5. And taxi has briefed. 1 second. Just going to do that real quick. The mouse wire was getting caught on my rudder pedals. Okay, good. And the trim, 5.26 is what we need. Good. Alrighty, we've got an EasyJet there as well. 2 EasyJets, in fact, both on VATSIM. You love to see it. Mox, welcome to the chat. Hope you do well. Never understood flying in darkness, especially in the sim. Yeah, I mean, I do like it. It's you know, it's a totally different experience, especially when you're on VATSIM. I do think it is very, very cool to fly at night sometimes, but a lot of the time, you know, it is just nicer. So many EasyJets here, actually. There's 3. It is just easier, I think, to... not easier, sorry. It's just more pleasant, isn't it? You know, when you're flying an airliner, especially when you want to see the scenery and things like that. To fly during the day. I do prefer it. And unfortunately, during the winter, obviously in the Northern Hemisphere, it can be quite difficult sometimes during, you know... the hours that you're able to fly, you know, a lot of people working during the day. It's quite difficult, isn't it, to not fly at night time in the real world when it's the winter time. So, yeah. I find myself during winter especially changing the time to the daytime a lot more. Lighter says it should be raining on VATSIM and in real life at Jersey. I don't think there is any rain actually in the METAR currently from what we...
Fuzzy 386, report ready for departure.
Fuzzy 386 is ready for departure.
Fuzzy 386, surface winds 15011 knots, runway 08, clear for takeoff.
08, clear for takeoff, Fuzzy 386. Alrighty, so we're clear for takeoff, chats. Let's get the strobes on and the landing lights on as well.
And Bravo, taxi hold point Bravo 1, runway 08, QNH 980 hectopascals.
I'll catch up with the message in a moment. We'll check the METAR, the real world METAR, once we're in the air. I know it was forecast. It was raining earlier. Some light rain, I think, was on the METAR a little bit earlier on. But I think it's gone now. It certainly wasn't in the ATIS anyway. The EasyJet's up there, taxiing out. Love to see it. And we are clear for takeoff here, though. We are got quite a D-rated setting for the takeoff here, so I'm going to actually come to a full stop. Quite a short runway here at Jersey. Probably should have included that in the briefing, but it is quite short. So we're ready for takeoff. We've done before takeoff checks, and we are ready to rock and roll. So, let's do this thing. Spool them up. Let's go, chat. Fuzz Toga's in the chats.
Indeed, 29 of Romeo.
N1 Toga.
29 of Romeo after that, departing Boeing 737 800, line up and wait behind runway 08.
Line up and wait behind. 80 knots.
Still accelerating rather quickly here.
V1.
Positive rate of climb.
Alrighty, gear up. LNAV. Beautiful. Trees do a look. N1. 1228, Fuzzy 386. Thanks. Have a good evening. Alrighty, as I said, chats, let's just before we engage the automation here, let's just bug up. And we'll go flaps to 1. And we'll go Command B. We're going to Unicom next, chats. So let's clear ourselves up a little bit higher. We'll go altitude intervent twice to clear out the restriction. And we'll go to flaps up. Get the anti-skid or the auto brake off and the gear off as well. Oh. Alright, after takeoff checklist, engine bleeds. Indeed on, and we're pressurizing. That's looking good. Packs are auto, landing gear up and off, flaps are up, no lights, and we'll go to VNAV speed. Lovely stuff, chats. That wasn't too bad considering it's the first time I've done any flight simming in a while. I was a little bit skew with there on the rotation due to the wind, but not too bad. Not too bad at all. I think I inputted a little bit too much rudder just at the very last second there, which was an error on my part. But I'm not going to give myself a hard time about it. Alrighty, pass through the transition level. We'll go to standard. Crikey, look at that elevation going up. Given the low pressure there, 1228 is our next frequency.
Surface wind 15011 knots, runway 08, clear for takeoff.
We'll keep coming up here. Okie dokies. I forgot to turn the transponder on. Okay. There was one thing that I forgot. Of course, I'm going to forget something. Righto, off we go then, chat. Oh, look at that nice little rainbow there as well. Coming up to the coast of France here. You can just see it in front of us. Very, very nice indeed. Let's bring that heading book round. Good, good, good. Let's go all the way up to our cruising flight level then, as we accelerate to our final climb speed here. And flight level 100, so we'll get the lights off and the engine start switches can come off as well. That's all looking good. Lovely stuff. Okie dokie then, chat. Not too shabby at all. Alrighty then. off up into the clouds. We may need to use some anti-ice as we pass through these here. Crikey, have we got a circle rainbow here going on? Oh, we do. Look at that. Boom.
Yeah, just wait. Like, there's traffic.
Lovely stuff. It looked like on the outside view that we've got speed brakes deployed, but we do not. Very strange. Alrighty. Mike, welcome to the chat. Good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well indeed. I have to watch back later, taking a 300-mile trip tonight. Crikey. Whereabouts are you going, Mike? Hope you have a good trip. Watch out for the wind from Storm Babbitt, whatever they are calling it this time. Yeah, it's Storm Babbitt, isn't it? Yeah, it's a very odd name, I think. But hey ho. I had my traffic display turned off. I could have sworn I turned that on. Oh, it's because I restarted the sim, didn't it? I just totally forgot what I was, what I had set up and what I hadn't. Hang on 1 second. Of course, an 0845 number calling him at 7:15 in the evening. Very kind of you. Right. Okay. Good. All right. We're on our way then, chat. Lovely stuff. Let's see what the temps are looking like outside. +4 degrees as we come into this clouds here. So let's get the engine anti-ice on. Right, yeah, Mike. Anyway, have a good trip, my friends. And Mox, indeed, yes, did forget the TCAS there. There's always something. Never mind. Dave says, on VAT glasses, how do I find my aircraft or highlight it? Now, I've not used VAT glasses a lot personally, but if you go to, I believe on the right-hand side panel there's a section to put in your VATSIM CID. I think that's what it's called. Your VATSIM ID code, basically. You put it in there, and I think it should highlight your plane on there, I think. Or at least should follow it, something like that. Tom Wills, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to upgrade my sim, but I want to stick to one manufacturer. So I'm wondering, would you rather a Boeing setup or an Airbus? I mean, it's quite a personal choice, really. I think. I personally, I would go for Airbus, but that's just me. I mean, it depends what gear you're getting. I mean, in my opinion, I think the Airbus Quadrant is actually more versatile than the Boeing Quadrant you can get. So if you buy the Airbus Quadrant with the Airbus add-on, I assume, this is assuming Thrustmaster, by the way, but I think the Airbus Quadrant is a little bit more versatile in terms of what other aircraft you can use it with, because you can always remove the detents and stuff like that. So it's quite flexible. I use the Airbus Quadrant and add-ons for all my aircraft, and I'm absolutely fine with it. I think the Airbus Quadrant has a lot more. I think it has more axes than the Airbus, than the Boeing Quadrant from Thrustmaster. So therefore, it's just a bit more versatile. Right, we've got to get in touch with London Centre anyway.
EG2868, monitor Unicom.
Oh, Unicom, EG2868.
London, very good evening. Fuzzy 386, passing flight level 244, climbing to flight level 330, inbound Conan.
Speedbird 56, Charlie Martin, Unicom. EG71 November Alpha, when established from the localizer 26 left, descend with the glide.
Cleared out, left approach for EG71 in London.
FedEx 259, turn left.
Okay, maybe you didn't hear me.
Left heading 03, FedEx 259.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, landing runway 26 left, no delay.
2 left, no delay, EG87 Alpha Zulu.
New Zealand 5150.
All of a sudden it's got super busy.
Descend flight level 120.
Descend level 120, hold at Timber, New Zealand 5150.
London, very good evening. Fuzzy 386.
Timber.
Locked.
EG23 Foxtrot India, 2 stations at once.
EG23 Foxtrot India, runway 26 left, hold at Timber.
Runway 26 left, hold at Timber, EG23 Foxtrot India.
Speedbird 717 Tango, descend flight level 90.
Flight 90, Speedbird 717 Tango.
Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot, landing
This
runway
controller's not leaving any gaps in his transmissions.
26 left, no delay, descend flight level 80, Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, turn right, heading 290 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Left heading 290 degrees and descend flight level 80, EG87 Alpha Zulu.
FedEx 259, climb flight level 170.
Oh, we're above the clouds now. Let's get that anti-ice off.
Fuzzy 386, London control, fly heading 020 degrees.
Heading at 020, Fuzzy 386.
Speedbird 5464, London.
Speedbird 5464, London, go ahead.
Speedbird 5464, climb now, flight level 170.
170 for Speedbird 5464.
Speedbird 717 Tango, contact Heathrow 119.730.
Right, this has all of a sudden got very busy.
London control, hello again. Hotel Bravo Sierra Go. We got silent clearance to Lausanne.
I have no idea where you are, so no.
Setting off from Northumbria to Kent. Crikey, that is a long drive, my friend. Enjoy. I hope it goes well. Make sure you take plenty of breaks. How do you get reverse thrust to work on the TCA Airbus kind of being stuck with the Fenix? There's a few tutorials on YouTube, mocks regarding that. I personally use spad.next, but there are some tutorials of how to do it and using the default sim on YouTube that I use to assist me. Sakatech, welcome to the chat. Sorry I missed your message earlier. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to do this live stream with the 747 with the South Oak Co real effects. I've not really planned on that. No, I think regarding the effects, I think the South Oak Co. I mean, I've not really looked at it too much, but I know Parallel 42 is going to be doing an effects package fairly soon, so I'm probably going to pass on the South Oak Co. one because I imagine the Parallel 42 one's going to cover all of the default aircraft.
Route direct Sierra Papa India, climb flight level 350.
Right, chat, let's get ready for our arrival real quick because we are going to be quite busy here with the amount of ATC we've got currently. So let's just real quick go and grab the ATIS for Amsterdam.
FedEx 259, route direct Dagger, monitor Unicom.
So we've got information Echo, hang on a minute, 1000 to go. Let's just go vertical speeds. We'll go vertical speed 700. Right. So we've got information Echo. Landing 18 right, which is what we've planned for.
340 degrees Alpine.
Transition level is 50. It's quite high for Amsterdam, that. Anti-ice we're not going to use.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 9082. EG87 Alpha Zulu.
It's in the shot.
QNH is 998.
Tomjet 511.
Sorry, 988.
Flight 350, Tomjet 511.
Tomjet 511, thank you. Contact Brussels 131.1.
131.1, Tomjet 511.
Ice deviation is 1.
Flight level 300. Evergreen 6, London, report you're passing out.
Bringing our descent winds as well. Okay, so contact approach and arrival, call sign only, noise abatement, NADB 2 procedures shall be applied. Okie dokies.
Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot, speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot.
London Centre EG23 Foxtrot India, confirm we are remaining at flight level 140.
Affirm, because the aircraft in front of you has forgotten how to descend.
Roger.
And New Zealand 515, so you need to descend now.
Just waiting for our descent forecast to come in here, and then we can press on with the briefing, etc.
Flight level 90, New Zealand 5150.
Vivid 654 Tango, contact Paris 128.1.
And
88 Sierra
let's
Zulu,
see.
flight heading 220 degrees.
Heading 220 degrees, flying there 88 Sierra Zulu.
With a 54 hotel.
We do have ATC online at Amsterdam, but not over the Netherlands, so this may be the frequency we stay with for the foreseeable future.
13 Kilo Foxtrot, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 982.
Wow, it's taking a while to do this.
Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, speed 180.
Look at this cloud layer, it's so flat, so high as well, crikey.
Vivid 5464, Mighty Unicorn.
Manager Unicorn, with 5464.
Hello?
London, good evening.
Oh, okay, it's not showing the load button while we've got some outstanding changes to execute. That looks good.
Maintaining 140, EG42 Hotel Echo.
EG23 Foxtrot India, descend in the hold, flight level 120.
Descend in the hold, flight level
Look,
120.
We'll do 250 knots here, so that should hopefully clear that message.
190 degrees.
Left 190 degrees.
Okay, so regarding
29 Romeo.
our approach, let me just see if I can work out what's going on with this night transition, whether we need to use that or not. I imagine probably not at this time. It's probably quite late on they use that, but let's just see. See if I can find it out.
Hello, Amsterdam 1 Golf arrival for Gatwick, climb flight level 210.
Climb level 210, direct Amsterdam.
No, that's not what I said. Amsterdam 1 Golf arrival.
Traffic on transition during the night is from 22:30 Zulu, so that's not going to be applicable to us.
26 left, descend with the glide.
290 degrees, cleared localizer 26 left, Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, speed 160 knots or greater until 40 ME.
160 knots or greater until 40 ME,
So
New Zealand 5150.
we're going to go in via SPL at flight level 70 above.
Descend flight level 80, New Zealand 5150.
With a 54 Hotel, climb flight level 350.
Flying 350 with that 547.
Ryanair 88 Sierra Zulu, descend flight level 310.
Okay, that's good. So that's all fine. We don't need the night transition.
Zulu, contact tower 124.230.
Okay, and then just checking the restrictions on the arrival. Denner 240 below, that's correct. River 250 between 70 and flight level 100, that's correct or as instructed. SPL is correct as well.
90, hold at Willow. Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot, speed 180 knots or greater.
180 knots or greater, Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot. That's not 3 Golf, passing 3,000 feet.
Lufthansa 3 Golf Golf, London Control, climb now, flight level 80.
Climb flight level 80, Lufthansa 3 Golf Golf.
New Zealand 5150, turn right, heading 330 degrees, hold cancelled.
Okay, this all looks good. 220 knots at Pevos max.
Hold cancelled, New Zealand 5150.
We can go 220 or below
Flight level 100.
at Pevos.
Flight level 100, EG23 Foxtrot India.
And then AM622, we actually need to be 160 knots or less. Sorry, we need to be at 160 knots until AM622.
26 left, hold at Willow.
London 26 left and we'll hold at Willow.
London Control, Hotel Indigo, is ready to taxi at London City.
2000, climbing 8000.
EG3 on Mike Romeo, roger. The initial is 4,000, maintain 4,000.
Maintain.
So I'm actually going to put in 160 at AM622. Now, we're not going to be on VNAV at that point, so it's not really that relevant, but we'll put it in there as a reminder.
Holding point Alpha 909, report for departure.
Put our data on as well.
Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot.
Good,
31
right.
6
So
Kilo,
that is all of the FMC setup done. We'll go for an auto brake of 3, and we do need to set our approach of flaps 30, 133,
I am at 80.
and then just quickly checking the
You're at flight level 90, you should still be on the standard pressure though. Check QNH is still 1013.
wind once
You're on
again.
flight level.
120 at 10 knots. Okay, so we'll leave our wind correction at 5, that's fine, and then 110.1, cross-checking with the charts, 182 of the course.
608, Victor Charlie, hello, EGJJJ 1 Charlie, arrival for Cardiff.
611 Charlie arrival, Tom Jose Victor Charlie.
EG40 Hotel Echo, reduced to holding speed, descend flight level 110.
Holding speed and down to flight level 110, EG42 Hotel Echo.
Been on this vector for quite some time here, haven't we?
Flight level 260.
Flight level 260, that's on 3 o'clock.
EG31 Mike Romeo, climb now, flight level 170.
I'm putting in this wrong. I'm putting this in wrong. 1101, 1101.
EG29 Romeo, descend flight level 130.
Then we'll put the Schiphol VOR in on the standby. 108 4. 108 4. Good. Okay. That is all set. Lovely. So that's everything done in there. And then our landing elevation.
EG7 for Echo Yankee, land control, climb now, flight level 290.
Set to 0.
Climb now 290, Sim for Echo Yankee.
New Zealand 515.
Good.
Descend to altitude 4,000 feet, set QNH 0982.
Alrighty then, chat. So let's do a arrival briefing then.
Descending 4,000, setting QNH, New Zealand 5150.
EG23 Foxtrot India, descend flight level 90.
Oh, look at that. Oh, we never checked the Jersey meta either, did we?
Left heading 110 degrees, climb to altitude 4,000 feet.
Yeah, no rain in the meta for Jersey, so that's probably why it wasn't raining in the sim.
Alpine 13 Kilo Foxtrot, contact tower 124.230.
Okay, so I think we're ready for the arrival briefing, and then I can catch up with some of the chat messages. Any idea where controller give a heading to fly? Probably just due to for traffic management, really. I would imagine. I would imagine that's really probably the only reason. But we are kind of going quite a bit off route now. We're starting to fly directly over London rather than over the channel. And we didn't see any boats either, did we, chat, unfortunately? Maybe I've messed up my settings on that as well.
Charlie, when ready, descend flight level 260, level by EGJJJ.
We're ready to descend 260 level by EGJJJ, Tom Jose Victor Charlie.
Evergreen 6, contact Brussels 131.1.
Surely he must see us flying on this heading, so I'm sure he will give us an adjustment momentarily.
Right at 88 Sierra Zulu, Mighty Unicom. Yeah, come 88 Sierra.
Fuzzy 386, just wondering how long you want us on this heading for.
Was Fuzzy 386, it'll be another 5 miles or so, because the route you file goes along my boundary and in and out of France, and is just not going to work, so I'm putting you on the standard route for Amsterdam South arrivals.
Okay, sure, no problem. Fuzzy 386.
New Zealand 5,
there you go.
50,
There's your reason. Putting us on a standard routing for an arrival into Amsterdam from the south, which I imagine is probably going to take us out on this heading for a while longer, and then we'll probably get a right turn somewhere over the east coast of the UK towards probably direct to Coxey, and then we'll start our arrival into Amsterdam from there, I imagine.
Heading 010 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Right, let's do the briefing.
Descend flight level 80, EG23 Foxtrot India.
EG87 Alpha Zulu, speed 2.
Okay, and chats. So we're flying into Amsterdam, Netherlands. This is an RF Star. This is the first time we're arriving from the south, I think, ever on the stream into Schiphol. So want to try and pay attention here. So this is 10-2 Alpha.
Turn right, heading 100.
Transition level we've already checked is flight level 50.
Fuzzy 386, turn right, heading 100.
Right heading 100, Fuzzy 386.
Hotel India Golf, maintain 3000, clear for takeoff runway 09, winds 110 degrees 7 knots.
Clear for takeoff runway 09, maintain 3000 for the Indigo.
Should limit our bank angle in the cruise here. Really? Right, so navigation in the initial and intermediate approach is primarily based on radar vectors. Now, we don't have an area controller online for the Netherlands at the moment, so we'll just follow the approach as it is on the charts.
New Zealand 5150, speed 1.
So that's fine. Night procedures 22:30 to 06:30 local time. Oh, so that's not Zulu time, that's local time, but still not applicable. So that's not applicable to us. So that's about it. So we're gonna plan to fly the Dennet 3 Alpha arrival. There's no ATC online again, so we'll just have to follow it as we've been cleared for. This is an RNAV arrival. So we're going to come in via Dennet. We'll probably come in towards Dennet from this way, from Coxey. We need to be at Dennet below. Send flight level 230, Fuzzy 386.
EG31 Mike Romeo, stop climb flight level 210, set standard pressure 1013, you're on a flight level.
Right, so we're actually being asked to descend 230 here, so we'll go vertical speeds 1500, vertical speeds 1500. Flight level 230 is in there, and we're on Mach 0.74. Still making that right turn there.
Heading 360 degrees, descend to altitude 2000 feet.
Heading 360 degrees and descend.
Alrighty, so we're going to come in via Dennet below flight level 240 in towards Yenzo, then a right turn towards River. Max 250 knots and between flight levels 70 and 100, or as instructed. Clearance limit is River. So from there we're going to expect to fly the ILS 18 right. Let me just check here 1 second. I think I may have missed a chart. No. Okay, so normally you would be on vectors, so from River you would probably get put on vectors, but because we've got no AT online, we're going to follow the procedure as per the charts. As you can see on the airport briefing here, we've got traffic.
556 Resumo, navigation route direct, correction 386 Resumo, navigation route direct Conan.
Direct Conan, Fuzzy 386.
Hotel India Golf, climb
right, direct to Conan it is. So we'll execute that and we'll go to LNAV. And we'll go to VNAV as well. We've got an aircon warning, which is fine. Now we've gone to altitude hold there. And we're climbing as well. Interesting.
London Control KLM 177 with you at 4,500 feet.
FMC speed, VNAV path.
Lufthansa 3 Golf Golf Mighty Unicom.
Interesting. I think I might have confused the aircraft there a little bit by going into VNAV so soon after doing the direct. But we are going down now. That's fine.
290 degrees, descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
And I've actually by accident cleared out the restriction there at Conan, which was my bad. Sorry, no, I haven't. There wasn't a restriction there. Ignore me. Right, that's fine. I think probably better then to go. Well, actually, VNAV is fine. We're doing 1,000 feet per minute. Looks like we're paralleling. We're going below the profile here, so I'm actually going to go vertical speeds 600 here. So we'll do that. We've got an air conditioning warning. That's probably for off-schedule descent. It is. That's fine. So we'll do.
You told me to turn heading 330. Do you want
do that?
Why are you going right?
This controller is getting very annoyed by the sound of things.
I don't know.
But we'll do that. And that should clear that. Right, so back to the bus pads. Okay, So we'll probably get past the Unicom in not too long. But continuing with the briefing here, as I was saying, so
EG87 Alpha Zulu, contact tower 124.230.
where were we? Okay, so traffic on a transition during day, which is us. Now, we don't have a clearance for approach, technically, because there's no ATC online, so we're going to proceed to the VOR SPL and aiming to cross that flight level 70. And then we're not going to intercept the holding pattern here, we're just going to carry on with the approach as per the chart here. So we'll go to that, so it's basically going to be a case of river direct to SPL, and then we'll continue on with the chart here. So this is the ILS runway 18 right for Amsterdam. This is the 11-1 chart. Localizer Victor Papa Bravo 110.1, final approach course of 182 degrees, and the final approach fix at 2000 Alpha Mike 621. Runway elevation is slightly lower than the airport itself at -13, the airport at -11. MSA highest in the southeast at 2,300 feet based on the Schiphol VOR. So that's fine, no worries there.
EG23 Foxtrot India, when localizer established runway 26 left, descend with the glide.
When established on the localizer for runway 26 left, descend with the glide. EG23 Foxtrot India.
EG2 Chris EG4.
So
heading 280 degrees, descend to altitude 4,000.
the approach, there's quite a lot of stuff written here, so let's just review those. We've got departure on runway 24, maybe executed simultaneously. Strict adherence to the missed approach procedure. Contact ground after vacating runway. Navigation in the additional immediate approach segment is primarily based on radar vectors, again not applicable. Execution of the complete procedure in the case of comm failure. So that's fine. So we're going to come in via the Sierra Papa Lima VOR. You can see river initial approach fix down here. Do not overshoot the 240 degree radial here. And so coming in direct from river to Sierra Papa Lima. We're then going to take a left turn to Alpha Mike 240, then a right turn to 241, and then a right turn to 242, then a right turn in towards Pevos, which is our initial approach, our initial fix, bringing in as 9.4 from the ILS there, max 220 knots. And then at 621 at the platform altitude of 2,000 feet, we're going to descend on down at the glide slope. Final approach fix at 621. We need to maintain 160 knots until 622, which is 4 miles out from the runway threshold. The threshold crossing height 50 feet and the glide slope 3 degrees. Pappy to the left of the runway, and the minimum we're going to use is Cat 1, 187 feet.
KLM 177, very sorry for this, but can we have vectors to route Dagger?
And then once we arrive,
join your route at some point, so please fix your plane. Turn left heading 020.
coming in on 18 right, which is all the way over yonder. Landing here, we'll aim to vacate probably Victor 1, considering we're very light. We'll take a left turn onto Victor. And then contact ground and taxi as expected. Now, to be quite honest with you, I have absolutely zero clue where we're going to get taxied here. From this runway, it's been such a long time since I arrived on this this runway, but nevertheless we do have quite a bit of one-way system here. So where are we here?
Maintaining 180 knots and altitude director 126.825 from EG40 Hotel.
So we'll obviously come up Victor here. I'm not sure where we'll get past to from here, but you can see we've got some one-way taxiways here. So if we get Victor, Whiskey 13, Whiskey 5, then Delta potentially, and then we might get a left turn onto either Bravo or Alpha. One of those is one way. I can't remember which one. Yeah, so it'd be Alpha this way. So we may get sent Alpha and then onto Golf and down to Hotel here. Potentially, that might be what we get. So it might not be a terribly long taxi in, but that's potentially what I'm guessing for the taxi in. So yeah, that's that. Weather at Amsterdam at the moment, looking fairly okay. We've got winds from the south-southeast. sorry, from the east-southeast. 10 knots, so a little bit of wind, and dew point quite close to the temperature there. And the QNH 9 at 8. So, yeah, not too bad regarding the weather. I think the biggest threat really is our taxi routing. Just need to make sure we get that right. Right, yeah, so that's it. Let's just make sure everything else is set up properly. The QNH will set on the standby here to 9 at 8. I'm just gonna actually no, that's linked, isn't it? So 9 at 8.
Over to the dark side, 74 Echo Yankee.
And then the minimum I didn't set here, so we'll set that to 187.
Switch to Unicom, bye-bye.
Unicom fuzzy 386, thank you, bye. Alright, we're on Unicom now. And we're still quite far below the profile here, thanks to the early descent clearance. But that's fine, we'll just continue as we are. Let's just see if we can do a bit of a recalculation here. Yeah, we're still going lower and lower and lower below the profile here, so yeah. I guess we just continue on the slightest ever descent, because we don't want to really be too much lower than the profile, given that we have some restrictions to make. Later on, we don't want a bunch of level flight if we can avoid it. So we'll go to BS minus 200 for now. Right, so one thing I did forget, descent checklist, pressurization, landing altitude was set. Recall was not checked, but let's do that. That's checked now. Autobrake 3. VRAF is 133 minimum, so 187, and the approach briefing is complete. So that's the descent checklist complete. Right, okay then, chat. So approaching the coastline here of Belgium. And we may actually be able to talk now for a bit, considering it's gone a bit quiet on the radios. So, lovely stuff. Radio drama in the background, yeah, it's always interesting to hear, but it can be quite off-putting when you try to do a stream. Right then, so let's see what I missed. He's stressed out this afternoon in Amsterdam. There was a controller at approach you handled from to clearance. No stress at all. It was quite busy. Yeah, I mean, some controllers have absolutely, you know, the patience of a saint. Some of them tend to get a little bit, you know, a little bit more impatient. But you know, they're all people at the end of the day. They're volunteering, and you don't know how their day's been either. I suppose some people might have had a bad day or whatever, and they're just trying to relax, and you never know. But yeah, some controllers are absolutely insanely good, aren't they? Excuse me. But yeah, love to see it. Love to see it, Roy. Stian says, I'm excited for all the 787 content that 320 SimPilot will be coming out with. It'd be nice getting in-depth information videos on a new aircraft. Yes, indeed. Definitely. Definitely. I mean, yeah, 320 SimPilot moving to the 787. Very exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, I mean, I think the 787 is quite a different aircraft to the 320, isn't it? But at the same time, in terms of Boeings, it's probably one of the more similar aircraft to an Airbus. So yeah, quite a good move for him, I think, and it should be pretty cool to see what he's got lined up for the channel. But I imagine he's very, very busy at the moment. Long taxi from 18, right? It is indeed, Dave. It is indeed. Farah says, Sweater looks awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Rick's Aviation, hello again. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Can you do a flight from Orlando to Kiruna and back when Kiruna Airport comes out from Marcus Nyberg? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I'm big fan of Marcus's sceneries on the channel, as you guys may already know. So yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of Orlando, I was actually thinking of doing my cross the pond trip into Orlando, but unfortunately, I mean, I was a bit late on the slot lottery, and there's not really any great slots, so I'm actually going to give Cross the Pond a miss this year, I think, and give up my slot to someone else. Matt, no worries at all, my friend. Thank you very much for dropping by. I'll catch you again soon. Have a good evening, my friend, and good to see you. Alrighty, let's see what messages I missed here. So the stream isn't delayed, by the way, chat. I'm just going through some of the older messages. Jetty Flies says, does the controller give me the Art 1 Delta transition on first contact with approach? Yes, they should do. Yeah, I would imagine so. But the Art 1 Delta, I don't think that's in use until later on in the evening at Amsterdam. I think all the lettered transitions, they are night transitions, so you'd only use those after 22:30 local time. Check the charts. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's the standard procedure during daytime hours up until that time is to go direct to the Sierra Papa Lima VOR, as explained in the briefing. Christoph says, LOD 100 looking so bad on my rig. Yeah, I mean, it depends which LOD slider you're talking about and what scenery you use and things like that, to be honest. I've never really noticed. I mean, the difference between LOD 100 and LOD 200 is not that big, really. You know, you're generally just loading in more details of objects at distance, or more terrain features at distance. And to be honest, the difference is it's so small, to be honest with you, in my opinion, from what I've looked at. So it's diminishing returns. Obviously, if your system can support it, by all means, whack it all the way up. But I think once you start to go past LOD 100, 150, it's diminishing returns. Right, profile's finally coming down on us. So we'll give ourselves a clearance down to flight level 70 then. It's going to be interesting. There's quite a lot of traffic going into Amsterdam. So there might be a little bit of coordinating on the old Unicom potentially. Right, yes, got it. Got it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed that message earlier on regarding the night ops local time. Notty says, don't use GSX at present. Much impact on the FPS. Not really, no, actually. I think the FPS impact of GSX is very, very minimal. The most impact you'll probably see is if you try to run AI traffic at the same time. You might run into some issues there regarding that. But the FPS impact of GSX alone is really very minimal. Jesse Fly says, can I make a fuzzair livery for the FSS E175? I could do, yeah. I mean, it's not an aircraft I fly, to be honest with you, and it's not really an aircraft I would encourage that much flying of, to be quite honest. I mean, you know, it's got a long way to go before it's a reasonably good aircraft, in my opinion, by the looks of things. So probably not, I would say, for the time being, but I do have high hopes that they're going to improve that to the level that I would like to see at some point in the future. So maybe when that happens, we'll do a fuzzair livery. But that being said, you know, there's so little people flying on fuzzair at this moment in time. To be honest, making new liveries is probably not really something I can really justify doing with so few people flying on the airline at the moment. Dave's joining second leg. Very good. Look forward to having you along. Lighter, I don't know if I answered your question, but I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you? Amazing Maze says, great you back streaming, can need that distraction. Mom got to hospital today. Amazing Maze, I'm sorry to hear that, and I wish you all the best. You and your mom all the best. yeah, hopefully you can enjoy the stream and any helps with anything you're struggling with. But feel free to reach out if you want to chat anytime, of course. Dennis, welcome to the chat from Wisconsin. Greetings. Hope you're doing well. Chris says, am I using low settings? I don't think I have anything on low as such, but I do have a mixture of sort of medium, high, and ultra, as you will have seen. Matt says, I went to Ireland this summer in a campus and I met an amazing Spanish girl. Let's go, Matt. Absolute smooth mover. Nice, man. All the best with that. I hope things are going well, and maybe you're still in touch. Who knows? Zero says, big storm in Denmark, gusting 34 knots. Crikey. Yep. Very big storms over the north of Europe at the moment, isn't it? Interested to see what it's going to be like arriving into Edinburgh later on. Let's actually just see what it's looking like at the moment. Not too bad at the moment. Not too bad. Light rain. We'll see how things progress. Matt says, I'm doing pretty good. A lot of work these last 2 weeks and brand new long distance. Okay. So that answers the previous message. Okay. Some of the reasons I want to able to join too much. No worries at all, Matt. I mean, I know you're not here now, but we haven't been streaming a whole lot anyway, have we? So yeah, no worries. I wish you all the best with it, my friends. Glad to hear it. So we've caught the VNAV profile now. We'll go retard VNAV path, and we're off down at a normal descent rate. We've actually managed to line that up pretty nicely, I think. Lovely stuff. Here we go. Daz, welcome to the chat. Good to see you also. Hope you're doing well. Sorry if I missed your message earlier on. Where have I been, says Quizzy. So we sort of went through that at the start of the stream, but it's just you know, I'm really busy with work and various other different projects at the moment. You guys may know that I've got two cars that are kind of almost project vehicles at the moment. So I've got quite a lot going on with those, and then, you know, going out in the camper van and sort of trying to do a bit more landscape photography, which is something that I used to do all the time, almost every weekend, going to a new place to try and get some good photographs. And recently picked up a new, actually a DJI Mini 4 drone. So that's kind of reignited that spark a little bit. So I'm sort of getting out a bit more, and I've got the camper van now as well. So it's all lined up quite nicely, really. And so I've been spending a lot of time doing all that kind of stuff. Alrighty. For Amsterdam, great video by 737NG pilot showing how BBG often land on runway 04 via 36 right approach. Yes, I did see that video pop up, but I've not watched it yet. It does sound quite interesting. I did not know that aircraft did that, so that's really, really cool. I will have to check that out. Thank you very much, Naughty. Maybe some other people in the chat will enjoy that as well. Might get me flying something in the fly-by-wire. Yes, Stian. Yeah, I mean, the 787 in the sim right now it's in a pretty good place, isn't it, really? I mean, I know we had some quarrels with it when we last flew it on across the pond, but they've updated it pretty largely since then, so I imagine it's in a pretty nice place now. I've not flown it, though, myself, so I can't really confirm, but I imagine they're doing some good stuff with it. The aircon warning is because the isolation valve is open. Oh, so it is, yes. It is. I forgot to put that into auto. Yeah, completely forgot about that one. Usually that's one of the things that I remember as well because of the whole flow up here, but oops. Thank you very much for that one, though, Amazing Maze. Dave says, can we buy the fleece auction? Maybe when I at least... I mean, I've only had it a couple of weeks, and I want to get a little bit more wear out of it first. Naughty says, I'll join you for the second leg once to see you again. Very good. Look forward to seeing you at Amsterdam, my friends. Lightspeed, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. King Bob's Kingdom, welcome. Good evening. Haven't seen many fly from the first officer seat. Yeah, it is quite a rare thing, isn't it? It is quite a rare thing, but just as I've explained quite a few times, it's just because that's the way my controls are set up on my desk. It just makes more sense to me. How's the drone experience going? Oh, Stian, I absolutely love it. It's so, so cool. I actually used it for the first time on a client shoot the other day as well in London. And that was pretty intense experience, to be honest with you, because of all the stuff going on around. I was flying around, you know, these huge cranes on a building site, and the police helicopter was flying around as well, and it was all a little bit intense, really, but I absolutely love it. It's great fun, and I've got some really cool photos. In fact, I think I've finally got my first sort of successful landscape images with it, which I'll actually share with you right now. Actually, why not while we're on the descent here? Still got a little bit of a way to go here. So if I bring up the fuzzpad real quick, this was one image I got last weekend. Pretty abstract, I would say. It looks pretty crazy. I think the first thing some people have said to me so far is that it looks like an alien landscape. But yeah, I thought that was quite cool. I absolutely loved top-down shots. So yeah, I think that's a successful image, I think. Maybe. And then what else have we got? We've got this other sort of... oops. We've got this other sort of twilight shot of this little house in just in front of Loughrig Tarn in the Lake District. The other photo I just showed you was taken the following morning somewhere up here. And yeah, I mean, that's an okay image. It would probably look even better with some light. But I do quite like it. I do quite like the vibe in it. It's quite tranquil and nice little evening type image. You can even see the lights are on in the house just about. Clear sky makes it for a really, really sort of nice, crisp looking image. And yeah, someone in the chat when we first talked about the drone was complaining about the quality of the DJI Mini series. And yeah, I do know what they mean, but for certain images, I mean, it depends what you're shooting and your distance from your subject. I feel that's very much dependent on that, but I feel like the quality is extremely good considering how small the thing is. So yeah, that's that one. And then the final image, which is a bit more of a traditional kind of epic scene type image, and this was taken at just shortly before I took this one. And it's basically this one, just looking down to Loughrig Tarn. So the other shot was down here. This is Loughrig Tarn, and the house is just somewhere in this area here. And nice little sunrise shot there. Unfortunately, the sky was completely cloudless, which is not ideal really for a sunrise. You want a little bit of cloud interest, but I think it works quite nicely. That light coming from the side is just absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, I think that's quite a good one as well. You've got these two people down here taking some photos. And there's even another guy down here taking some photos. There's a lot of photographers up there that morning. And you've got like a bit of frost in the valleys here and a little bit of low-hanging cloud. I think that works quite well as well. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But I am loving it, I have to say. It's very, very enjoyable. Right, we're on the approach here, chats. Fall colours are nice. They are indeed. Yeah, that was the idea for that one. I was hoping to get out to do some more fall sort of sunrise type stuff this weekend, but it's just going to be cloudy almost everywhere close to me, so I may end up having to try and come up with a different plan. I think I might do some waterfall photography instead this weekend, I think, so we'll see how that pans out. But thank you so much, Stian. Am I auditioning for Joseph? Dave. I'd not planned on doing, no, but hey, you never know. If you think I'm a applicable candidate, maybe we'll give it a go. Thank you, the commentator. Thank you indeed. Well, it looks like a render. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think photos sometimes can look a bit like a render, can't they? When you get that really nice side lighting. Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's a compliment, really. Will I ever do a flight with failures? Lightspeed, yes, I do sometimes do those. We have a few failure scenarios that we've done live on stream on the channel. Flight level 100. Let's get the lights on now. Seatbelt signs have been on the whole flight. Oops daisies. We'll turn down the music. But yes, I mean, this is my first stream I've done in a while. I've not really had too much time to do flight simming as of late, so I've not got any plan for the moment, this moment in time. But yes, we do sometimes do them indeed, Lightspeed. Yeah. Indeed. Right, so coming through flight level 100 here. Transition level is 50. Now, we do have a lot of traffic coming in here to Amsterdam. Hopefully, we'll be able to sequence in behind them. It looks like most of them are pretty much there. But I do feel sorry for the tower controller here, because he's going to be getting so many people checking in at, you know, super close to each other, so it might be a bit of a dance we have to do here. But let's just get tower tuned into the standby here real quick. 119230. And then we've got 2 ground controllers online, or at least 2 frequencies online. Let's check the 80s one more time. Got Golf 18 right, still in use. That's good. 50. I think everything is more or less the same. We've got QNH 9 at 88. Okay, good. All looking good for the approach then. So we've got someone on the departure there as well. Very good. And the frame rate is dying a little bit here as we've got all the VATSIM aircraft about. Not looking too much by the way of autumnal colours in this area at the moment. Righto. So, just going to write a text message on Unicom. Very slow rate of descent here due to the altitude constraint at the previous fix being, what was it? Between flight level 70 and flight level 100, and then the descent to flight level 70 required at Sierra Papa Lima. So a very slow descent here. And as you can see, we've got quite a few aircraft popping up on the TCAS. So hopefully we'll be able to sequence in. Right, so looks like someone is right below us here and climbing on the departure. I imagine probably won't be any kind of conflict considering they should be on a SID, although they're now showing as a threat. So is this guy. climbing above us. See if we can see them. Not quite. Here's the airport anyway. Looking forward to this arrival. Schiphol by Flytampa. Oh, look at that. Lovely KLM down there. And we're going to be landing right over here. What's going on there? They can't have just landed there, surely. What's going on with this here? That looks a bit funky, doesn't it? Oh, they must be on a taxi in. That is a 747. Very nice. Right, we'll set our altitude a little bit lower here. Crossing Sierra Papa Lima at flight level 70. That's all good. I'm going to start our transition. Schiphol traffic, fuzzy 386. We're leaving Sierra Papa Lima for Alpha Mike 240, runway 18 right approach at flight level 67. Yeah, I mean, I think we're sequencing in perfectly here, really. Looks like it's all good. Not really any traffic around us now. All seems to have landed, which is good. We'll go to speed into vent. Lovely views. And we'll contact tower once we get on the final approach. Remember, we need to keep 160 until 4 DME. We'll keep coming down to the platform altitude of 2,000 feet. We'll go to local altimeter at 988, which is going to drop our altitude by a lot. And we'll do the approach checklist. Altimeters set and cross-checked. 988. And runway 32 right. Sorry, 32. 18 right. Better confuse some people there when I was speaking on Newcom. 18 right. And auto brake 3 is set. Good. Righto. Just a sanity check there. 18 right. It is 18 right. Lovely, lovely, lovely views. There's the runway. Do I have explain? I have explain 11 light speed. Not explain 12. Right, let's start to come down on speed a bit. We'll go 200 knots, so we'll come down to the up speed actually. And we're not going to interfere with anyone, so I'll actually go to tower. Ground is going to be 1218. 805 even. I'll put that in the standby. And we'll go to flaps 1 because we're really struggling to slow down here.
Golf Papa Echo, state your intentions.
Golf Echo, departure by tower main direction.
Golf Echo, line for weight, runway 22.
Go flaps 2. There we go, speed's coming back now. Love to see it. Very nice. And we'll go flaps 5.
So, Golf Echo, confirm you want to go overhead the field and then go fly the coast to Rotterdam?
Yes, sir.
Alright, goodbye. Golf Echo, you're clear takeoff runway 22, right hand out over the tower main and tower west.
It's arm approach, forelock and glide slope armed.
Departure tower main, tower west direction.
Golf Echo, takeoff 22, wind 110 degrees, 9 and off.
Just go takeoff, Golf Echo.
Perfect on speed now. Forelock is captured, single channel. Come down again on speed. Come to 170 and we'll go flaps 10.
Golf Echo, no need to acknowledge. Maintain 1,000 feet or below the QH 988.
Schiphol Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 386 established on the ILS, runway 18 right.
Fuzz 386, good day, you're number 1.
Speed 160.
Approach, wind 110 degrees.
And flaps 15.
Track information, we got a small aircraft passing your track left to right, no factor.
Thank you. Continue approach, Fuzzy 386. Alright, glide slope is captured. And we've got the gear horn. Let's drop the gear. Should have done that at the same time, really. Pipe down.
We have runway 18 right for landing.
So 160 knots until 4.
Final no factor.
And we'll go flaps 25.
Schiphol Tower, Carolyn 1041, Echo 5, holding short, 18 left, ready to go.
Go himself.
Flaps 30.
Take off 18 left, wind 110 degrees and 9 knots.
Jet takeoff 18 left, Carolyn 1041.
Lovely.
5386, clear land.
4 miles.
Right, wind 110 degrees and 9 knots.
Clear to land, 18 right, Fuzzy 386. Right, speed 138. Okay, so go around altitude 2000. That is set. We'll sync up the old heading bug as well. A little bit late at doing this here. Okay, so landing checklist. Engine start switch is continuous. Speed brake is armed. Landing gear is down. And the flaps are 30 green light. Landing checklist complete. Let's land this sucker then, shall we? Chat. Fuzz checks in the chat. And landing rate predictions whenever you're ready.
812 at Echo 5.
Kilometers 12, Echo 5, line for weight, runway 18 left.
Line up at weight 18 left, KLM 8.
Auto thrust disconnected.
300. 100.
Golf Echo report leaving the CTO.
Minimums.
Report leaving CTR.
Getting blown off here.
100,
Continue.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brake up, reverse idle.
Kilometer 1, confirm everything is alright. You just left the runway and just climbing out.
What's brake disarmed? Onto manual brakes. Reverse is stowed and exiting here as briefed. Lovely stuff, chat. That was quite nice with a bit of crosswind there.
Are you still airborne? Because I think you just went airborne past the runway ends.
Alrighty.
Yep, I've been away.
Lovely. Monitor unit, come 122, this way.
122.8.
Cool.
Thanks, cheers, bye.
Bye. Kilobyte 12, wind to 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Right, we can go to ground now.
Takeoff, KLM 812.
Schiphol ground, very good evening. Fuzzy 386, vacated 18 right at Victor 1.
386, hello, welcome, taxi Delta 54, at Whiskey 13 cross runway 18 center.
Taxi Delta 54 at Whiskey 13 cross 18 center, Fuzzy 386. Okie dokes then, chats. Water brakes off.
Alpha 4 and Bravo, Echo 5, 18 left.
We'll get the flaps up and a speed brake disarm there. Good. Alrighty. Don't need to pop the APU just yet, as we have got quite a taxi in here. We will get the transponder to alt off though. Lovely stuff, chat. Did get blown off centerline a little bit there on short final, but managed to correct. I think the landing, was probably a little bit on the longer side of things, but not too terrible. Interesting taxi instruction that he gave me though. I'm not really exactly sure what it's supposed to mean. He said Delta 54, and I don't see a Delta 54 before Whiskey 13, but maybe I'm missing something. But nevertheless, we'll carry on here. Welcome to Flytampa, Amsterdam, guys. Look at this. We've even got custom taxiway signage. We've got the absolutely beautiful ground textures that Flytampa do. I absolutely love Flytampa scenery, so I'm so pleased they did custom taxiway signage as well. And they're still getting good performance here, which is very, very interesting. Right, get a little bit more speed up here on this taxiway. This is a one-way route straight down this way. Scenery is by Flytampa, Naughty. It's available on their website or Orbex Direct. I think it might be available elsewhere as well. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Hello, cleared to Edinburgh, Burkey for Echo, 18 left. Initial climb, fly level 60, spark 6276.
We'll have a little bit of a tour around it once we get parked up, I think. Someone else going to Edinburgh there?
1549, correct. Report ready. Okay, Canon 1549.
Lovely ground textures and ground markings, as is always the case with Flytampa. This sort of radar station there, looking very cool.
KLM 177, ready for push and start. 177, Q&A 988, push and start approved.
Custom ground traffic there by the looks of things. Whoopsie daisies. Too busy looking at the scenery here.
Did you copy? Push and start approved.
Love the way they've done the terraforming over the various different roads and things like that as well, and canal in that case. Looks very, very, very convincing. It's good from what I've seen. Yes, Notty. Yeah, yeah, very good. And I've heard a lot of people say it's very good as well.
Alpha to Alpha, taxi holding point Echo 5, 18 left, via Alpha 6.
Holding point Echo 5.
So taxi so far as briefed. Even though I did say it might be a relatively short taxi, and I suppose it's relatively short for Amsterdam. Maybe. We'll see where he puts us.
Skyline 554 coming up on Echo 5.
There's your 554, contact tower, 11923.
So coming up to Whiskey 13, which should be just down here.
Goodbye, thank you, Skyline 554.
Whiskey 13 there, straight on. And Whiskey 13 just here. We're cleared to cross the runway. Look at that, with the road coming down here, even with the traffic on it. Sometimes when you see sceneries where they've done terraforming like that, then you don't get traffic on the roads. So we're cleared to cross the runway here. We'll get the strobe lights on. Frame rate chugging just a little bit here, but you have to remember we are on VATSIM. There's another little custom sign there, which is always nice to see. Slow down a bit here because we're not exactly sure where we're going from here. It will be a right turn onto Delta.
Charlie 9 was south of Lisbon, through coast runway 1 at
Ground, goedenavond, EGJJ with information Golf and hotel for requesting IFR to Gatwick.
Interesting, was Delta 54, was that actually our gate?
Initial flight level 6 around squawk 7341.
Clear to Gatwick, 5 default, go 5 Echo departure, and you should landing flight level 60 and squawking 7341 for EG6889.
Which is literally just a one-way system from here, so I suppose maybe it doesn't give the full taxi instruction because there's only one way you can go. Ground Fuzzy 386, could you confirm our gate one more time for us?
Delta 54.
Great, it's Delta 54 for Fuzzy 386, and just confirm that's via Delta and Alpha. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so as expected, Delta 54, so yeah, that's a very efficient way to give a taxi out, isn't it? So it's going to be Delta 54, let's see if we can find that here. So it'll actually be under the Schengen section, even though we're not a Schengen flight, but that's fine. Delta 54, and we'll go no. And we'll go with Donata. Right, so basically we just need to follow the one-way system. So following following Delta here, and then taking a left onto Alpha, which is the second left here, and then following that all the way around. So quite a long taxi in actually. This is turned into. Alpha there to the left. Alpha is not this one. Oh, it is. Ignore me. And just double confirming there, we are on Alpha, which we are. That's good. Lovely stuff. Let's pick up the speed a little bit more here. So Delta 5-4 all the way around the airport, basically, but we get to have a nice look at the scenery.
Good night. Airline 7184, located visual 1.
07184, hello, taxi Delta 12 at Whiskey 13, cross 1 at center.
Say again for Airline 7184.
So we've got a bridge coming up here.
386, give away
KLM.
the KLM 737 from the right.
Give way to the KLM 737 from the right, Fuzzy 386.
Thank you, Euroman 7184, Delta 12 at Whiskey 13, cross 1 at center.
Look at this, the sort of blast guards for the road there. I imagine that's what that is. Something like that, maybe? Very cool details there. You've got signage over the roads and everything. Signage down here. So down here at the hotel gates, we've parked there many times before on the stream. Looking much, much better in this scenery with all the ground markings as it should be. Very complicated on the ground in the apron areas at this airport. Lots of clutter. A little bit of an interior going on, I think, as well. Bit fast in it. I think some of the turns I was maybe going a little bit quick, yeah. Just trying not to make this taxi take like 2 years for you guys. Thank you very much for the land area predictions though, chat. We will check out what it is on Newsky once we're parked up.
Go ahead.
As you can see, oh, it's such good scenery. Interesting with the color of the tarmac though. I wonder if it's like that. If it's like that in the real world, it's kind of almost orangey colored.
Smoking 2134, 286 Hotel.
Thank you. Push start approved. Give an H9.
So we need to follow Alpha all the way around to Alpha 9 Charlie. Then we'll take a right turn into our stand. Oh, definitely going a bit quick now. Motoring on here. Yeah, absolutely excellent. Excellent scenery. Let's get a bit of music on for the taxi in here, seeing as though it's such a long one. Oh, hang on. Let me make sure I'm going the right way here. Yep, we are Alpha straight ahead. Austrian taking off their KLM hangar in the background. Oh yes, look at all the hangars. Got the signage on the main building there. Oh, is that a some kind of old airplane on top of the building there? Not sure what it is from here. Excuse me. Very nice. Very, very nice. Right, so second right. This will be our first right here, Alpha 10. Alpha 10. And we're looking for Alpha 9 Charlie, which is a right turn. And then Delta 5-4.
Delta, run out in the cross-sighting center, Shamrock for Charlie.
Should be the second one in here for us. Scenery does come with a nice GSX profile as well, which is very nicely done, I have to say. Right, here we go. Get that taxi light off as well. Oh, there's 2 aircraft on that stand there. I think that's Delta 5-6 though, so it shouldn't cause us any issues. Oh, the APU, I forgot. I got so carried away with the taxi. Right, Delta 5-4, this one.
Lufthansa to Lima Tango. Lufthansa to Lima Tango. Hello, goedenavond. Welcome to Amsterdam. Bravo 23, vaarde south. Whiskey 13, cross 18 center. Bravo 23, fast south.
Right, here we are.
13, cross the center to Lima Tango.
Pretty taxi, Transavia 386 Hotel.
The 386 Hotel via Alpha 4 and Bravo.
Oh, I think we stopped right on time there, maybe. Flag brake set. Okies. AP is still not powered up yet, so I'll just have to wait a second for that one. There it is. Right, lovely stuff. We've got the APU bleed on for the passengers, and we'll go ahead and shut down both the engines, shall we? Transponder can come off. And then coming up top, we'll get the electric hydraulics off. And window heat can come off. Isolation valve can go to auto.
That's all stations, all stations.
I left the strobe on. Oopsie daisy. Sorry, colleagues. Right, good.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the help. Have a good evening.
Grand.
Thanks for the service.
We'll get some chocks in place, and the ground power can come. I know you can actually, I think, request that via GSX now, but we'll go with that. Alrighty. Let's go for a deboarding then, shall we? And we'll go to ground power. APU bleed can come off. And the APU can come off. We'll get the packs off as well. Good. Righto. Well, welcome to Schiphol, guys. Not sure why the aircraft next to me are not showing up properly. They're probably fuzzairs, but I've messed up my model matching. I guess that's probably what it is. Let me see if I can check that real quick. Oh, Fuzz556, you need to remove a Z from your call sign. Alrighty, beautiful stuff. Okay then, chat, so let's have a look at the report then on Newsky. See how we did for our first flight back in a long time. Oh, we've done well. We've done well. Alrighty, let's have a look on the fuzz pad then, shall we? Alrighty, so it was a flight on VATSIM. We were on time departing, right on time in fact, and a few minutes late on the arrival, but probably due to the long taxi there. We actually made a minus balance there due to the fact we had so little passengers demanding from Jersey. It must not be a very popular airport to fly out this time of year. But the landing, 151 feet per minute and 1.16 G in challenging conditions. Distance from threshold was 681 and max centerline deviation was 6.37 meters. So a decent deviation from the centerline there, but given the crosswind conditions, that is considered acceptable by Newsky, and we didn't get docked any points for that, so we got a perfect 10 for the pilot rating, which you absolutely love to see. Yeah, so very nice, 151 feet per minute. Let's see who got closest, shall we? Got some very close guesses here. It's got to be Absinthe. Absinthe, welcome to the chat, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Congratulations on getting that there. Very, very close. Lovely. Fantastic stuff. All right, I'm pretty pleased with that. We're going to do another leg now over to Edinburgh. But I'm going to take a quick break first. Let's catch up with some of the messages though before we do so. Once I return, we'll do a bit of we'll have a bit of a browse around Amsterdam here. I mean, we won't be able to look at the full scenery because it's such a big airport, but we might be able to have a bit of a sneak peek around and see what's going on. Amsterdam traffic system, taxi system is actually like, oh, there we go. There's a fuzzair. Very, very nice. Fuzzair 737, in fact. I love to see it. Very, very nice. Still not sure why the other one of these should be a Fsdreamteam A320 and it's just not showing up for some reason. It should work, but for whatever reason it's not, which is sad, but no fault of the user. Oh well, never mind. We'll just have to deal with that. That's fine with me. But yes, let's have a look. What cooler do I have on my PC? I've got, it says it in the video description, I think. It is a... oh, look at that. 2 Fuzzair 737s. Oh no, that's me. My cooler I have is a... forget it now, actually. It should be in the video description. It's a NZXT Kraken cooler. That's you, Dave. Lovely. Good, good, good. Not sure why you're not showing up correctly. It's probably just a weird VATSIM thing. But, yeah, it's not your fault. Right. John, welcome to the chat. Which server am I on? I am on VATSIM, John. The commentator says being in Amsterdam over the weekend, currently eating some nice cheese from there. Oh, very nice. Very nice. What kind of cheese have you got, the commentator? Impartial, definitely impartial to a bit of cheese in my life. I can see you, Dave, but for some reason the livery's not showing up properly. But that's probably something on my end, not you. So so don't worry about that. Oh no, Dave, it's because you've got 2 Zs in your call sign. So if you just temporarily disconnect from VATSIM and then delete one of the Zs, so it's Foxtrot Uniform Zulu 556, then it should be fine. It's just because you've got 2 Zs there. I think that might be what it is. NZXT Kraken X63. Yes, I think that's the one, Stian. Yep. Like I said, it should be in the video description. Smoked goat's cheese. Oh, fine choice, the commentator. Very nice. Very nice. You've changed it. Oh, for some reason, it's still not registering as that on VATSIM for whatever reason. Might be because... I'm not sure why that would be, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. If you have a look here, you see You can see it's showing it with the 2Zs still, so I'm not sure on that one. Did you maybe file your flight sim accidentally with 2Zs? Maybe that might be related. I'm not sure if that makes a difference. So, right. Okay, guys. Like I said, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, just stretch my legs and whatnot, and we'll get ready for the next leg over to Amsterdam, which should be quite fun. Potentially, I think even if the weather is good, though, I think just for a bit of fun, we're actually going to do a bit of a diversion scenario, I think. The weather is actually definitely okay at the moment. I was expecting worse, but I think we'll probably do a diversion just for a bit of fun. The weather at Leeds Bradford should be far more interesting, to be honest with you. So let's just have a look at that one real quick. Oops. Why has that not done the search there? Yeah, so at Leeds Bradford we've got winds are okay, but we've got a few clouds at 300 feet. It's a very low ceiling. Probably not a good idea to do a diversion in that scenario, but I kind of want to give it a go. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, we don't have the scenery for Edinburgh installed, do we? So we'll have to divert. Right, guys. I'm just going to take a quick break for a few minutes and I'll be back with you. I might be a bit longer than 5 minutes, but hopefully not. See you shortly.
My little common sense a mile away. Without a way. Riches and bitches or bitches that take your
Okay, chat. Hello. We're back. Just going to keep the camera off for a few minutes here, just while I'm actually just eating a little bit. Yeah, we're back. Let's have a look at the OFP for the next flight, and then we'll get rolling on with things. Jesse says it would be cool if there's a fuzzair for the E175. I answered that one actually a little bit earlier on, Jetty. You mentioned that earlier on in the chat. Aviator 4 says, just landed in Barcelona, conditions were miserable. Yeah, I just actually saw your message on the Discord. Yeah, it looks rather miserable indeed. Very wet and low visibility by the looks of things. Who's at Delta 48? I'm not sure. Not sure, Dave. Sorted though. Good, good. Right. Oh, look, I've appeared. Because the fuzzpad doesn't have a no camera view. Well, you can look at me anyway. I'm not going to be eating, obviously, while we do the OFP brief, but here we go. This is the wrong OFP. Hang on. I just had to regenerate it because I selected the wrong alternate airports. Right, here we go. Let's have a look. So we're going to be Fuzzy 502, Fuzzair 502 this time. We're going from Schiphol to Edinburgh. We're in the same aircraft. Target of blocks 2025, so in 25 minutes. And this time we're going to have a little bit of a... Well, we're still going to have a tailwind on average, which is nice. 15 knots. Much heavier this time, though. 65.5 tons on the takeoff weight. Alternate Leeds, Bradford, our home base. And cruising at flight level 340. Trip time 1 hour and 9 minutes. And an alternate time if you need to divert to Leeds, it's 50 minutes. And then block fuel of 6944 is what we're going to take. Expecting 18 left here at Amsterdam, which was the in-use runway when we logged off there. I think the ATC's actually gone offline now, fortunately, which they have. But 18 left is what we'll use. Bergie 4 Echo is what we're expecting, and the Agped 1 Echo into 06 at Edinburgh for the arrival. Passengers 184, so absolutely packed in this time. 1.5 tons of cargo. And then coming further down, we've got another Sigma in place for the Scottish FIR, which is severe turbulence forecast moving to the south and severe mountain waves forecast stationary. So, yeah, potential for a lot of turbulence. I actually looked at this on the Navigraph weather earlier on today, actually. So if we go to the weather overlays and we bring up the turbulence here, you can see if we bring up surface level turbulence, that is pretty bad, isn't it? Really pretty heavy turbulence expected. That's not surface level, flight level 2 but going higher up it seems to be much clearer regarding turbulence, but coming further down towards the surface it is quite turbulent. And whilst we're in here, we can actually have a look at those Sigmets where they actually cover. And you can see it's just over here at the north side, and just this one over here as well. So not really in our flight path, but yeah, it's something to be aware of. So nipping back over here, the weather at Schiphol at the moment is looking okay. Temperature dew point are matching, so potential for some low visibility conditions, but other than that, weather is looking okay. Weather at Edinburgh also looking okay. We've got 700 feet broken clouds, so quite a low ceiling, and then some potential for increasing winds coming on to the evening here. We've got 18 gusting 28, and then potentially some lower visibility as well, 5,000 meters, rain, light rain and drizzle on broken clouds at 1,000 feet. So yeah, some potential for some worsening conditions here. As you can see, tomorrow it's expected to be 25 gusting 38, which is pretty hefty going. But we're probably going to do a diversion scenario here, chat. I think we'll either do a approach to Edinburgh and a diversion, or we might just divert en route as if we've maybe got an ill passenger or something like that. So weather at Leeds Bradford 1109. So weather at Leeds Bradford actually looks okay. We've just got a very, very low ceiling, few clouds at 300 feet. So yeah, it could be quite low vis, but other than that, looking fairly decent actually. Going over to the charts and maps, straight over to the northwest, over the North Sea there. And then the significant weather here, we can see a little bit of a different picture this time. We've got some moderate icing expected up to flight level 160 and moderate turbulence at 180. You can hardly even read that due to the little line there. And then we've got a clear air turbulence area over Amsterdam actually, with severe turbulence forecast between flight level 170 and flight level 330. Now, this forecast is valid from midnight UTC, so it may not necessarily be applicable to us for this departure. But something good to know for the future. Right, so that's the OFP. Let's get set up here then. I might not say quite as much as what I normally do here while we're doing the setup, because as I said, I am just trying to scoff down a bit of my tea here, but we'll go ahead and get set up here. So, doing the usual bits and bats here. We'll get the wait a minute. I had the window heat off the whole time on that flight instead of on. Or did I have it on? And I don't know. But anyway, we're going to put it on now. Oops. Oopsie daisies. It's getting... Let's see what the temperature's like in the back there. It's pretty toasty in there. So we'll get that temperature turned down for when we do get the bleed air on. We'll get the seatbelt signs off now, because we are going to be doing some refueling. We'll go for level 340, and the landing altitude can stay as it is. That's all good, right? Okay, so come down and do the FMS setup, I think. So we'll go from EHAM to EGPH. Oh, you can see Newsky. No way. Oh, is it frozen? Hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I mean, we were literally just looking through the OFP, so I suppose you've not really missed too much there, because I read out mostly everything that I said. But it looks like the fuzz pad has sort of done a bit of a boo-boo, and it looks like it's frozen like it sometimes does. I think it's due to my graphics card in my streaming PC. I think it sometimes just gets a little bit overloaded, and it does that. So it's messed up a little bit there, but you didn't really miss too much. I'm sure you heard what I was saying. And I'll just see if I can fix that real quick. Oh, it's still not fixed itself. Interesting. Oh, well. Okay. Not sure what to do there. I'll work it out shortly. I don't want my food to go cold, though. But thank you very much, commentator. Do me or Katie have PayPal? I do have PayPal, yes. I imagine Katie does as well, but don't worry, Roy. I see your super chat. Thank you very much for the $5.99 super chat. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll do the I will do the donation for you myself manually, and I'll put it in your name, Roy. But yeah, thank you very much for that. Very kind of you, Roy. So a couple of questions regarding doing a diversion. No, you shouldn't need to refile via VATSIM. What you can usually expect is to fly the alternate route on your SimBrief OFP. Thank you very much once again, Roy. But yes, you won't need to refile via VATSIM. So, yeah, if you look on your OFP, you will have an alternate route on there, which you can follow. Obviously, you'll need to be cleared for the diversion by the ATC first. And they will either clear you as filed or they'll clear you. They might give you another routing. So you'll need to pay attention to that when you get round to doing the diversion. But you don't need to refile now. I've just realised it's gonna be a bit crazy, isn't it, when when all of us sort of divert at the same time. That's gonna be interesting, isn't it? Right, so we'll just put in the departure for now because, yeah, that's fine with me. Right, so let's come in here, just check our departure. So we've got the Pyreegue 4 Echo AM at 009, we've got 2,500 above. That's correct, and then Pyreegue above flight level 905 via Mike 90, which is not applicable to us. Let's have a look how that looks on the plan view here. Oops, gone too far. Agped, and that's fine. That's our final fix on the routings. So that's good. We'll come back to route, activate, and execute. Alternate's going to be EGNM. So that's good. Init ref 26. Let's actually hang on. We could probably do with doing a bit of a refuel roundabout now. Reserve fuel is going to be 3.1. Zero fuel weight we're expecting is 58.8. And the planned fuel is going to be 6.9. Cruise is going to be 340. The wind up there is going to be 207.28 with minus 53. Cool. Transition altitude, I'm not sure what it is actually. 3,000 here at Amsterdam. So that's good. Regarding, we'll do 24k D rate and climb 1, 45 degrees. That should do us. And then the takeoff, we'll do a flaps 5. And the CG, I'm not actually going to do that yet because we can't. Well, because it's not loaded properly yet. So we'll do that as it is. Regarding the MCP, 6,000 is the initial climb clearance. Departing on a heading of 182. Sorry, yep, 182. And V2 we've not got yet. The departure we're flying is an RNAV departure, so let's just go like that. So that's all good there. We'll go LNAV. And then we'll come further down. Don't really need to set anything regarding nav aids for the departure either, so I'm not actually going to faff around with that at all. We'll go ahead and set our squawk back to 2,000. That's good. Okay, and we'll put ourselves on Unicorn. Okie dokie. Cool. So that's that all done. Where's my refueler? Oh, here he is. Love to see the KLM Embraer there. I don't think he's connected up yet. What's going on there? Because it's also not popped up the fuel page, which I think it should do, shouldn't it? Right. Food has been consumed. Forgot to stop these timers as well, didn't I? Right, I don't know what's going on with the refueler, so let's just set it manually ourselves. Fuel. What are we after? 6944. Still not doing anything. Oh, it is actually. Yeah, you can hear it going up. Yeah, there we are. Grand. Let's set the time a bit earlier as well, chat, because it's going to be dark soon. So let's do that so we're still daytime. Okay. That's good. So that's happening now. Right. Well, I guess what we'll do then is, seeing as though we're nearly there, let's request the boarding to happen. That's going to do the thing here. Turn the music down a little bit. Does secondary flight pan work in the fly-by-wire? It does not. Actually, I don't know. Actually. I've not flown it in ages, Dave, so I'm not sure. Jesse, you're the KLM. Yes. Great stuff. Great stuff. Jesse says, when I arrive at my stand, I usually reconnect on VATSIM with another call sign still in game and then treat it like a new flight with clearance, etc. Yes, that's what I do as well. That's the best. That's the only way you should really do it. Unless your next flight plan is, of course, the same call sign, in which case you wouldn't need to disconnect and reconnect. But yeah, that's the way to do it. Alright, so we've got passengers coming in now. Can we see them? Oh, look, there they are. Lovely. We didn't do a tour of the scenery, did we, chat? I don't think we're going to have time now, really. We need to crack on, really, but that's a shame. Oh, there is a pretty good interior in there, isn't there? These are our passengers coming in. This is GSX putting the passengers in, which is quite nice. GSX VDGS there as well. So you can see it's very busy here, though. Not sure what these markings are on the ground there, the white lines. I've come across that before. But yeah, I mean, for anyone wondering about this scenery, if you've not got it yet, it is definitely worth getting. It is absolutely brilliant. Sorry I can't really show you too much of it. Is it a Fokker? Is that a Fokker, guys? I think it is, isn't it? It's fucking brilliant. But anyway. It is. Good. Thought it was. But yeah. I mean, to be honest with you guys, if Flytampa ever releases scenery, I mean, you can take it from me. I've got a few Flytampa sceneries, and all of them have been absolutely immaculate. Look at the Land Rover. Custom traffic as well. Love to see it. But yeah, any scenery from Flytampa is worth getting, to be honest with you. You know, I didn't, when I first bought this scenery, which was only today actually, but you know, I didn't watch any review videos. I didn't watch any other streams really. I just knew it was going to be top quality because it's Flytampa. Flytampa do some of the most beautiful sceneries, I think, for flight sim, and I wouldn't hesitate and recommend getting any of their sceneries, honestly. NPS, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. See, there we go. It's a very nice airport. It is indeed. Right, oh, well, okay, let's finish with our setup then. Where were we at? So, let's just come back to our perf init here real quick. Where are we? FMC, index, perf. Just going to do that because we've now got an updated... Oh, hang on. Has GSX not done the payload loading? It hasn't. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not done that this second time around, but we'll go ahead and do that ourselves then. So we'll go 58.8. And the fuel's loaded, so that's good. We'll do that then. Delete that fuel out of there, that's good. 58.8 is there, that's fine. And then we'll just come back to the takeoff page here. Oops. Oh, why is it saying invalid entry there? I just put flaps. Wait, what? Hang on. Okay, that's strange. Okay, well, we'll just stick it in from the FMC. 5.7 sounds about right. V2 is 146. Grand. Grand. Okay, so that's all done. Good. So let's do a departure briefing then. We'll set this as well. One day I'll learn which direction these go. .502. Wind this guy back. Right, so good pre-flight checklist. So oxygen tested 100% nav transparent display switches. Just do that as well. Normal and auto. Windows on. Pressurization mode selected is in auto. And the pressurization panel is set. Flight instruments. Heading 10. Heading is 1. Altimeter 0309 at 88 hectopascals. Engine start lever is cut off. Pre-flight check is complete. Right, let's do a briefing. Ah, okay. The fuzz pad's still broken, isn't it? See if I can just kick it into gear. Okay. One moment, please. And did I create the fuzzpad template? I did, yes. Okay, it seems like the capture card for the tablet has basically given up on me.
Good evening, Amsterdam. This is Fuzzy 723 on stand D54. Type Boeing 738 with information something. QNH 988. Request our power clearance to Edinburgh, please.
I just requested the clearance on Unicom.
And if there's no ATC, nobody can give you clearance. So you're automatically cleared to your destination airport by the arrival.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there with the fuzz pads. Unfortunately, chat, I think it has died. Like I said, I think it might be an issue with my video card on my streaming PC doing a big poo in its pants, and yeah, so we'll just have to do it like this instead. I think I actually put the Navigraph in-game panel in here somewhere.
Cleared for runway 18 left via Burger for Mike. Squawk 10, body 73.
Let's just go here. There we go. Boom. So I got Navigraph chats. Do that. Cool. So we are on this flight. So let's do our briefing then, shall we? It's not loaded properly here, has it? Nevertheless, we've got the right chart. So let's carry on with the briefing. So we're departing Amsterdam at Schiphol, airport elevation -11 feet. We're departing runway 18 left here. We're currently here at Delta 54. We'll have a little bit of a closer look here. So Delta 54 is round about here. So we're going to push Alpha 9 Charlie and then taxi down at Bravo on the one-way system. Roy, I saw your comment about that earlier on as well. Actually makes a lot of sense. Taxiing on the right-hand side, although in the UK, of course, we do not drive on the right-hand side. But nevertheless, taxiing at Bravo is probably going to be our taxi. We've got no ATC online again, so it'll be taxi at discretion. So we'll taxi up Bravo. And then it's probably going to be, passing through this hotspot here, it's probably going to be a November 2. No entry here at November 9. So it's going to be a November 2 cross to runway 27 and then to the holding point for runway 18 left. We'll take full length there. Boarding's completed. And then we're departing on the Pyreegue 4 Echo departure. This is the 10-3 Lima 1 chart. And it's an hour departure from runway 18 left. Transition altitude 3000. This is not applicable because we don't have ATC online. Initial climb clearance is flight level 60. So we're going to depart initially 182 to 500 feet. Then take a left turn to Alpha Mike 029er. 220 knots, then take a right turn there to Alpha Mike 009, 2,500 feet. Let's just double check we've got all this in properly. So 500 feet, 220 knots, 2,500 or above, then a right turn to Alpha Mike 028, and then out to Pyreegue. This restriction is not applicable for our departure because we're not using the Mike 90 airway. Now, regarding threats, probably the taxi is the main threat, really. The weather is not too bad here. We do currently have some wind, but other than that, nothing too wild going on here. We'll have a quick look at the METAR once again. So we've got winds from the east. So again, a little bit of a crosswind takeoff. Hopefully I won't mess it up this time. And yeah, that's about it really. QNH is now 987. So we'll go ahead and set that. Boarding is completed, so we'll get the APU fired up and we'll do before start down to the line. So flight deck door is closed and locked. Fuel is 6.9 tons. Fuel pumps are on. Doors and windows are locked. MCP 146182 and 6,000 feet. Auto brake is RTO. Takeoff speeds are going to be 141, 142, 146. CDU pre-flight is completed. Parking brake is set. Rudder and aileron trim are 3 and 0. And the taxi and takeoff briefing is complete. Down to the line complete. APU is spooling up. We'll get the ground crew to come and connect the tug now. Come up here. Let me just check my hydraulics. And the pressurization panel is looking fine there. Good.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Alrighty, let's go here and get the ground crew to get rid of the chocks and the ground power. very much looking forward to the PMDG EFB to manage the ground services in a bit more of a streamlined way. So that's that done. APU is online now. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of bleed air for the passengers to cool them down a bit. It's quite warm in there still. Forward entry door is still open for whatever reason. The jetway is disconnected. I think the... Oh, there goes the door. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Grand old time.
Fuzzy 723, push and start, face east.
Right, we're just got to wait for Jetty to do his taxi out, and then we can push. So before start, below the line, anti-collision light is on, fast seatbelt switch is on, parking brake is currently set, and the before start is complete. And we'll just do a single engine start just so we can kind of taxi out a little bit quicker and not delay our colleagues here. Yeah, I know what it's like, Jetty. I do. Get a transponder on. Can I turn on an FPS counter? I can. If it works. Doesn't look like it wants to work. Yeah, usually I use Xbox Game Bar, but it doesn't seem to be working today.
Short final runway 18 right. There is no traffic I see.
What else can we use?
Amsterdam traffic, column 1 and Echo, taxiing Holland Point Echo 5 via Alpha 9 in Bravo. Traffic.
Schiphol traffic, Fuzzy 502, stand Delta 54 is pushing, facing east behind the taxiing KLM Schiphol. Right, let's go.
Booking gear.
Okay, so chat. Regarding single engine, there's no real procedure, I don't think, in the Boeings, given that. Well, I'm not sure of the procedure, to be honest, but we'll just start the right engine. Let's get packs off now. FPS counter, what can we use? I love the Dutch accent there, very nice.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
Right, we'll go for an engine start on number on the right engine. Alrighty, let's start the fuel flow. Oh my days, there's another aircraft right behind us. I didn't hear them on Unicom. I do apologise if you did say something.
Okay, being 18 right on Amsterdam.
The rudder's going a little bit funny there, isn't it? That's probably because of the GSX pushback, I imagine. Right, we'll just do single engine anyway. Engine stable there.
Please set parking brakes.
We'll set the parking brake.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
And we'll let them disconnect. Aircraft unable. Shut up.
Amsterdam traffic via Echo 5. We are landing up in wait 18 left. Schiphol.
Taxiing via Alpha Bravo, holding at Echo 5 for 18 left. Fuzzy 723.
Alrighty.
Traffic, Fuzzy 556 pushing back
join the other Dodgem plugin.
Oh, that's what these lines are for. They're for the pushback. Very cool. You know, we can probably go ahead and start the left engine whilst they're doing all this stuff.
Tow track disconnected. Bye-bye.
We'll just wait for the hand signal and then we'll taxi straight out on the right engine.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Just gotta wait for the hand signal now. Right, so before taxi, generators are on, anti-ice not required, APU is still on, engine start switches can put the right to continuous for now. Engine start levers idle, and the flight controls will check. And the ground equipment is clear. Right, let's go, chat. So, we'll just use the right engine only to taxi out initially here.
Okay, and easy 46 Charlie Echo establish status 1818 right, center of traffic.
Schiphol Fuzzy 502 taxiing to runway 18 left, Schiphol. Alright, we've got starter cut out there on the left engine and it is stabilising. Get engine start to continuous. Packs can come to auto now. AP bleed off and AP. Oh, shite. Oops. Schoolboy. Oopsie daisies.
Circum traffic, fuzzy 55.
Right, that's Bravo to our left. I forget where we're taxiing now, chat. Ugh. Are we going Alpha or are we going Bravo? Thought we were going to go... Yeah, we're going Bravo, aren't we? Because Alpha's on the left. Our keybinds. There we go. Right.
Traffic, easy 46 Charlie Echo on a 3 unit to go on final runway 18 right, after traffic.
3723 crossing runway 27.
Yeah, the timer started. Just going to check nothing else got reset whilst we lost the power there for a second. I do apologise, passengers, for the unprofessional management of the electrical system here. Only an FO, that's illegal. What's illegal? Light speed. So, FPS counter, yes. I suppose we can use MSI afterburner.
We are airborne and X3 Echo departure.
Xbox Game Bar is an absolute liability, isn't it? In fact, does Nvidia has a thingy, doesn't it? Alt and R. There we go, that's in a better spot, isn't it? Actually, no, it's not. We'll leave MSI on. So continue on Bravo as briefed, and then a right turn onto November 2, which is this intersection here. Look at that car park over there, very nicely rendered. November 2's here. Schiphol, Fuzzy 502 crossing runway 27 at November 2. Schiphol. I only see probe heat is off. Probe heat is auto in this aircraft. Right, we'll get the strobes on as we cross the runway here. Speedbird, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, 723.
Alrighty. Oh, there's a 747 over there. That's outside the airport though, isn't it? What is that for? Does anyone know? Is it just a memento, or is it used for something like in Orlando? Schiphol, Fuzzy 502 holding at Echo 618 left. Schiphol.
Schiphol, traffic, current 253 on Whiskey.
It's the Corendon Hotel. Oh wow, that's part of a hotel. Amazing. I need to get myself booked in there. Right, so let's set the flaps to 5 then, and the trim value 57. That should do it. There goes Naughty, I believe that is. So guys, just so you know, for the diversion, I think what we're going to do is, because the ATC have gone offline now at because the ATC have gone offline at Edinburgh now, I think what we'll probably do is just do an en route diversion.
Runway 18 left in about 5 minutes.
Schiphol traffic, Column 19 Echo, climbing fellow 276.
There goes our colleague. Schiphol, Fuzzy 502 lining up 18 left and waiting, Schiphol. There he goes. Oh, definitely a bit of crosswind action there. Oof.
Roger. Couple traffic, Fuzzy 556 holding Echo 6418 left.
Right, we'll leave the taxi light off because we're not cleared for takeoff yet. We'll just wait here. Not the greatest lineup I've ever done, but just hold it on the toe brakes there for now. And we'll just wait another minute or so. Okay, so before takeoff, flaps 5, green light, and the trim is set to 5.7 units. Before takeoff, checklist complete. Roy says they purchased one of the old 747s, KLM 747s, and repainted it in the Corendon colours. Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Love to see it. So is that a hotel that's called Corendon and no relation to the airline, and then they just painted it that to fit with their branding, maybe? That's pretty cool. Right. Let's go, chat. Schiphol traffic, Fuzzy 502. Taking off runway 18 left, Bergie 4 Echo departure. Schiphol traffic. Right, let's get some fuzz togas in the chat.
Charlie, I'm crossing runway 18 center.
Forgotten to arm auto thrust, haven't I? N1 toga.
left runway 18.
We're going to have a bit of wind from our left, I think. If I remember correctly. Might have forgotten.
80 knots.
Yeah, we do have a bit of wind from the left. Quite a bit of wind from the left.
Keep on the clear from way
Well, traffic, fuzzy 556, lining up, 18 left.
Oof.
Positive rate of climb.
Not the smoothest. Gear up. L now. N1. Let's bug up. Flaps to 1. Ugh.
Traffic.
Oh my days.
Adjust vertical speed.
What is this guy doing? I'm just going to ignore him. And flaps up.
Clear of conflict.
VNAV. VNAV speed.
Traffic.
Triple traffic, current on 190, runway 185, thank you.
Thank you. KLM 1574 on the short final runway 18 right.
Hit on, Stockholm traffic, fuzzy 556, taking off, 118 left.
Right, Command B it is.
I'll make sure to vacate.
Set standard. And we'll keep going up. Alrighty, auto brake disarmed. Get the gear off after takeoff. Engine bleeds are... Oh, I've forgotten the isolation valve again. Engine bleeds are auto. We are pressurizing. Packs are auto. Sorry, engine bleeds are on. Packs are auto. Landing gear up and off. Flaps are 0. No lights. After takeoff checklist complete. 0 dear. Yeah, that guy really threw me there. I don't know what he was doing. Let's keep going up. Nearly captured the altitude there. Yeah, let's just keep going all the way up. Level 340. Departed 18 center. Oh dear. I didn't even hear him on the Unicom. Did he say something on Unicom and I just wasn't listening? Ricardo, welcome to the chat. Just observing Skipple, and I'm new to VATSIM. I heard a familiar name on the frequency. Quick hello. Hello, Ricardo. Thank you very much for dropping by. Amazing. Right. Flight level 100. Oh, no, chat. I took off without my landing lights. Excuse me. Newsky's going to hate me for that. This flight's not gone quite as well as the previous one, has it?
Traffic, good evening, House 95, 1 Charlie Zulu, entering right base, runway 18 center for the island, 1 inch.
Right then, chats. Well, that was eventful, wasn't it? But we just about managed. So off we go then to Edinburgh. We can go ahead and get the seatbelt signs off now. One thing I did forget last flight.
Cable traffic, Alpine 51 Charlie Zulu. Any other traffic on base or final runway 18 center?
So then, chat, what we'll do is because we are going to do a bit of a diversion here. The procedure would be about the same, regardless of whether you diverted at the destination airport or whether you diverted in the cruise. Doesn't really make much of a difference. The procedure is more or less the same, except for if you were diverting at your destination, you would probably, you know, do a go around and then enter into a hold and then reset your flight plan that way. But I imagine when you're in the cruise and you wanted to divert, you would probably basically get a vector towards where you want to go, and then route
16 miles south, runway 18 center.
Via a close waypoint. The controller would. It depends how close you are to the airport, I guess. But you would probably have to
continue your approach. I'm gonna do a 360 here and get some time.
You would probably give vectors towards the airport and then either routed via a star. But in the case of Leeds Bradford, where there is no stars, would probably basically give us a vector towards the airport and then maybe either a direct or just vectors all the way. But I think probably what we're going to do is we'll probably give ourselves a vector in the rough direction of the airport initially, just so we can set up the arrival into Leeds. And then what we'll do is we will probably give ourselves a direct, and then I mean, it's vectors from the vectors on the arrival anyway for Leeds Bradford, so it'd be a bit silly to go to do a direct, but yeah, I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably just vector ourselves. Quite a few aircraft down there, isn't there? There's one there, one there. We might just, yeah, maybe we'll just give ourselves a direct towards the Leeds Bradford NDB and then just circle down below, circle down in the hold, potentially. I don't know. What I'm planning on doing anyway is sort of diverting relatively close to the airport. We're not going to go all the way to Edinburgh, I don't think. Just like I say, because there's no ATC online there anymore. I mean, there is ground, but we would need obviously approach online or a center controller to give us our diversion clearance. So we'll just have to do it at our own discretion, basically. Okay, so let me just have a look at the hold. So you can only head to the hold at Leeds Bradford. I think the maximum holding altitude is actually 130, so we can't really do that. We'll have to vector ourselves round.
74, what are your intentions? 35, 1 right.
So let's look at the weather.
Roger, I can do another holding pattern. Let's go to 010. Negative, so go around, you can go first. No worries. Okay.
Winds are from the east-ish, so it's going to be a runway 14 arrival. Yeah, so we'll do that, I think. Yeah, I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably just go direct Pole Hill from wherever we are. And then vectors from Pole Hill onto a one-way 1-4 arrival. It's really straightforward, really. There's not too much to it. Such a simple exercise, but we'll pretend for now at least that we are not going to divert, and I won't prepare anything, so that we kind of have to do that aspect. Alrighty, controller lost his job. Yeah. Well, it should be that pilot really, but because we're on Unicom, so it's kind of his responsibility. Oh, he was on Unicom, Jetty says. Fair enough. Maybe I wasn't listening then. That's my bad. That being said, it looked like he was in the air after me, so sketch. Roy says after the initial flight level when controls are online, it's manual hold handoff to departures flight level 130. Ah, Roy, thank you so much. Good to know. Okie dokes. Well, I will try and bear that in mind next time. That's nice to know. Jetty, no worries. Enjoy your flight, my friends. Ricardo says, do VATSIM controllers let you fly preferred SID stars if you just begin on VATSIM? I'm not the best jet in manually flying on the Flyby A320. A little scared to join. Generally not, no, unless you have a very specific reason. Like, for example, you're only flying an aircraft that can accept a certain SID or star. But generally speaking, they will want you on whichever SID or star they are, operating those aircraft on at that time, just for traffic management. But what I'd recommend on doing is, if you're just starting out on VATSIM, is just flying out of quieter airports. Or flying into quieter airports just to begin with, and then in that case, if you put in the remarks of your flight plan when you file it on VATSIM that you're a new pilot, you might be able to just request to the controller when you're on approach or whatever that you do want to just fly a certain SID or a star. But that being said, in terms of if you're not best at flying manually, etc., I suppose the kind of one of the prerequisites for joining VATSIM is that you should know how to fly whatever aircraft you're going to fly on the network very well before you're able, before you join VATSIM, essentially. So I think probably what might be a better idea is to do some flying offline and practice, what ATC is going to give to you, and get really comfortable with the aircraft before you join VATSIM. Because if you're not comfortable with the aircraft, then you are really going to struggle when it comes to, receiving a lot of different, if you receive a lot of radio transmissions, a lot of requests from an ATC controller, and maybe they're a little bit complex or whatever, you're just going to get really overwhelmed if you're unable to, follow and, fly the aircraft to a very, very, to a high standard. So I would recommend getting very, very comfortable with the aircraft first of all. That being said, you mentioned manual flight. If you know the automation fairly well, you're not really, you don't have to fly the stars and SIDs manually at all. In fact, most of the time they're flown with the autopilot. So I wouldn't let the manual flight aspect worry you too much. But as if you can control your aircraft using the automation to a very competent standard, then you're absolutely fine. But again, you do need to kind of know how to fly it manually in case you have to take over manually. You should always be, able to do that. Yeah, so hopefully that helps. But I would definitely consider getting a bit more comfortable before you decide to get on VATSIM. Yeah, Jetty, that's the best way to do it, yeah. Absolute best way to do it. What is going on with this? I see so many people complaining about this recently. I don't know what is going on with the VATSIM network, but people are just always seeming to do this. bizarre. It's Fuzz Convoy. It indeed is. It indeed is. Are you guys going to be joining on the diversion situation also? You are. Very nice. Very nice. So I think just to give you an idea of what I'm... Oh, the fuzz pad doesn't work, doesn't it? Fuzz pad is broken. Yeah, so just to give you an idea of what I'm thinking of doing is just for, obviously, traffic sequencing purposes. What I'll probably do is we'll give myself probably a vector. We're probably going to pretend somewhere around here that we're going to have a passenger emergency and we'll need to divert. Now, obviously there are other airports we could probably divert to, like Humberside, for example. Maybe even Doncaster, Sheffield, even though it's closed. But I'm essentially going to give us basically initially a vector off this way, just to so I can sort out the flight plan. And then I'll go direct to Pole Hill, which is here. So I'll go direct Pole Hill, and then it'll be vectors around for runway 14. Jetty's headed to EKYT. No probs, no probs. Who we first, so tell me when. It's difficult to say exactly when. I would probably say, if I had to make a guess... I doesn't tell you the leg length on Navigraph anymore, does it? I would probably say around, probably about 170 nautical miles from Nateb. I would give yourself a vector in towards Leeds Bradford. Probably even about about now actually. Naughty. I would probably start doing it now. So let's pretend we've got the. Let's pretend we've got the. I'm not sure where the buttons are here in the 737, but pretend we've got the Cami crew on the intercom. They've said, unfortunately, passengers feeling like they've got heart palpitations and they are got a very heavy breathing, and we need to divert to the nearest airport. We'll contact ATC. We'll tell them London, Fuzzy 502. We've got a emergency on board with a passenger, and we'll need to divert to the nearest airport. I'm not sure if it's Pan or not. It might be, actually. I think it probably would be, actually, wouldn't it? So Pan requested diversion to Leeds Bradford Airport. Request vector initially to set up our approach, and then the ATC will request a vector initially so we could set up our route, and then we'd let the ATC respond. ATC would be like, probably say something like affirm, turn left heading. Now I'm guessing here, turn left heading 280. You can kind of see Leeds Bradford there, so let's just say heading 265. Heading 265 and awaiting further instructions maybe while they sort out their end as well. So heading 265 and we'll write on Unicom.
We have a left engine issue. Request divert to lead flight. Please advise us.
Oh, Alistair's got he's saying he's got an engine issue. Very good, very good. Now, I believe on Unicom you're not allowed to say a pan or a mayday, just because you're not allowed to give yourself priority over other traffic on Unicom, but by all means you can say that you're diverting to a nearby airport. So I'm just going to write London traffic diverting to EGNM, flight level 340. So that's that done. Now we're on a heading, so what we'll need to do is we'll need to go back to our route page and we're going to set a new arrival, EGNM. And what's going to happen is we'll execute that. That's going to then should clear out our original flight plan, which it hasn't, interestingly. Oh, okay. That's interesting. And then maybe the controller comes back to us and says, when ready, direct Pole Hill. So what we'll do is we'll just pop Pole in here like that, and we'll click execute. We'll go LNAV it up to Pole Hill.
Direct Pole Hill, fuzzair 723.
We'll get rid of those. So direct Pole Hill. And now we've got quite a long direct here, so that gives us plenty of time to set up our arrival data. So we'll go to our forecast page and go to our OFP. Now we don't have the descent winds based on Pole Hill, so I guess what you would probably have to do, I guess maybe you request that information from your company, potentially in the real world. So maybe we just leave that off. But nevertheless, what we'll do is we'll stick in the information as we have it. So ice deviation is 0, 15 degrees, 9083 is the QNH, and we'll stick that in. Transition level, Leeds Bradford, I believe, is a bit higher than normal in the UK. No, it's not. So we'll go flight level 60 as a transition level. We don't really need to fuss too much about the winds there. So that's that. We'll go back to our arrivals and we'll go ILS Zulu 14. And we're not going to choose a transition, we're going to use vectors. So that's that set, that's good. Okay. All good there, and then we'll come to this page and we need to set obviously our ILS 1109. Oops. So now it's just basically like a normal approach. So it's super straightforward doing a diversion, really. I mean, if you've got ATC online, it might be a little bit more stressful because you've got, you know, more people that you need to speak to. It's probably a little bit more chilled doing it this way, but let's see now. Do I need to do a thing on Newsky? Declare emergency. Alright, let's do that. Declare emergency on Newsky, and then gonna be runway 14 at Leeds Bradford. So 1109er 138 is all correct. That's good. And then we'll put in on the ADF 402.5. Can never grab this middle wheel here. There we go. There we go. That's the Leeds Bradford NDB. Switch that over. And then we'll set our new landing altitude, 600 and 700 feet. We'll round it up to. So that's all good. And we're pretty much set. So that's a diversion in cruise, really. Fairly straightforward. We'll go for flaps 30. Minima. 874. .874 and the QNH at Leeds Bradford, I forget. 983. Good. And we're coming up to our top of descent, so let's wind our altitude down. So descent checklist, pressurizations, landing altitude set to 700, recall is checked, auto brake 3, landing data 146, and the minima is 874. Approach briefing we'll do now. So we'll bring up Navigraph again here. Emergency is not needed for a diversion. Oh great, okay. Haha, too late. Too late. I suppose it's a diversion for an emergency though, so I suppose it's still right. I don't know. We're pretending we've got a passenger with some heart problem on board. Anyways, let's carry on with the briefing. So we're going to come. We're direct at Pole Hill, then we're going to get vectors onto the ILS Zulu, runway 14, Leeds Bradford. Welcome, by the way, Robson. Hope you're doing well. The developer of Newsky in the chat. So Leeds Bradford ILS DME Zulu, runway 14, this is 11-1 charts. Localizer India Lima Bravo Foxtrot 1109. Final approach course of 138. And the minimum's 874 with the runway elevation 674, airport 681. MSA highest in the southwest, 3,500 feet, reducing to 2,700 within 10 nautical miles. So the ILS is pretty straightforward, really. It is just a standard, well, it's not standard actually, I tell a lie. Platform altitude 3,000 feet. The glide slope is actually a little bit steeper than normal, 3.5 degrees here, so a little bit steeper than normal, so we'll aim to get configured a bit earlier. Final approach fixed at 6.1 miles right here, and a threshold crossing height of 46 feet. Pappy to the right of the runway, and if we need to go around it straight ahead to 2,000, then climbing a right turn to return to locator at 3,000 feet. Now, I have done a go-around before at Leeds Bradford on this runway 14, and they actually vectored us round like this in the real world. But so might not necessarily. We'll probably end up just giving ourselves vectors round like that as well. So that's just something to bear in mind. Going altitude 3,000 feet, like I said. And that should about do it. Once arriving at least Bradford, familiar with the airport, shouldn't be too complicated. We'll vacate Delta and then taxi to a stand on off of Alpha. Good. So that should do it for the briefing. We're on our way down now. Got off schedule descent again. Interesting.
Flight level 250, 27
There we go. Okay. On our way then, chat. Is the anti-collision light off? I could have sworn I turned that on. Okay, Newsky's not going to be liking me for this flight. Although that being said, we won't get penalised now, will we? Because we've declared an emergency. Oh well, never mind. Right, I'll make sure we've got Sky Dolly open though, so we can at least record the replay this time around. Here we go. Here we go. Coming over the east of the UK. Lovely stuff. Ricardo says, thanks, I actually meant SID stars in general instead of the vectoring, but I will study vectoring and go around a little bit more before I join. Thanks again for the elaboration. No worries at all, my friends. No worries at all. But yeah, I mean, I suppose the same still applies, really. It's just, yeah, generally speaking, they'll want to put you on whichever SID or star they're using for, you know, traffic management, essentially. So... yeah, I would definitely get comfortable with, you know, being able to change it on the fly and trying to learn what STID or star to expect. I mean, I would probably say about 80% of the time it is the SID or star that's on your flight plan on SimBrief if you're using SimBrief, but yeah, sometimes it can be slightly different. Jesse says, when I started, I did not start on Unicom. I recommend starting on non-busy airports with the controller online. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with that one. Fully agree. Dave says, not sure how, but seems to be pointing towards Leeds. Good. Good, good, good. If you give yourself a direct, Dave, to Papa Oscar Lima, then you should be in the right vicinity, and then you can just vector yourself onto the ILS 14. Okay, one thing I did forget to do is just check everything in here, which all looks good to me. Fine. All good there. Lovely job. Wow, this is a very cool jazzy track, isn't it? Love it. Very nice. Let's see, how many people have we had in today? It's been such a while since I streamed. But 20 with us now. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I hope you guys have remembered to hit the thumbs up button. If you haven't already. Do appreciate that. We had, looks like we had in peak of 37 earlier. Very good. YouTube's clearly not treating me right regarding the algorithm after not streaming for such a while, but that's not too bad, I don't think, considering. Not too bad. Well, I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream anyway today. I've been admittedly a little bit rusty, but yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll try do some more as and when we can. I'm going to try and get a stream in for when the PMDG EFB launches. I think I'll try and get a stream scheduled then, because that'd be super cool to see. It's been something that we've been looking forward to on the channel for such a long time now. I think we'll get one scheduled in for that, so you can probably expect me to be streaming that when it releases. But other than that, yeah, it'll just be when, as and when, really. As and when. But yeah, let's see what else have we got coming up, though. We've got the Aerosoft A330, but who knows when that's going to come. I think PMDG are probably going to share some information on the 777 fairly soon, I think, is the word on the street. Oh, we do have something very exciting coming to the channel, though, fairly soon, is the mini FCU. So you guys have, you know, if you've watched the channel before, you've definitely heard of the mini FCU. And I think that's going to start shipping for customers or backers of the... oh, look at the power stations down there from the Great Britain Central Pack. Yeah, so that's going to start shipping for customers or backers in back end of November, I think. Now, Mini FCU have actually partnered with me to create some content for the Mini FCU pre-launch. So I'm actually going to have well, the plan is they're going to send out a unit to me before it starts shipping to the Kickstarter backers, even though I was a Kickstarter backer myself. So they're going to send out, you know, they've obviously got some reserved media usage. So we'll be probably doing a video and a live stream of that. I'll probably do a live stream of that first of all, and then I'll probably do a video alongside that, doing like an unboxing. In fact, I'll probably do the unboxing first, because I can't unbox it before I can't do a stream with it before I unbox it. So I'll do an unboxing video, and then we'll probably do a stream, and then maybe a little video afterwards. But what we'll do is, I think in a stream following that, following the next units that have shipped, is because I was a backer, I'm still going to get another one, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to actually end up with 2. So I'm going to give one of those away on the channel when that does come around. So probably sometime in December, we'll be doing a giveaway of the Mini FCU on a live stream on the channel. So keep your eyes peeled for that. That should be pretty exciting. We've got Pyreegue Devco's Edinburgh V2 that should be on its way, I think, maybe before the end of the year, which should be pretty exciting. I don't know what else is coming. I mean, I think everybody's hankering for some new modern airliners, aren't we, at this point? We'd like to see some more high fidelity wide bodies. I think that's what everybody is wanting at this moment in time. So yeah, I think I'm with them on that. I would quite like to get a nice wide body on the go. Yeah, it's exciting indeed. The commentator, yeah, very, very pleased that they're wanting to work with me on that. So yeah, it's great. Looking forward to it. You know what we might do? Would anybody be interested in Airport Sim? I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's it's basically like a ground handling sort of simulator type thing. I think it looks kind of fun, kind of cool. Maybe we do a stream or two on that. That's due to come out. I think it actually comes out today or tomorrow, something like that. Maybe tomorrow. Actually, shall we have a look on Steam? Yeah, it definitely looks like a cool product, Steve. And they've released some final-ish production images recently, and it does look really nice. Actually, I'm really impressed with the way it's turned out. It looks super super realistic, I think, and really excited to, you know, feel it in my hands and see what it feels like. Stian says, great to see you back. No stress on lag streaming when you don't have time, quality over quantity. I agree, Stian. Yeah, and hopefully this has been a quality stream. Right, so airport sim. Got a demo that you can get at the moment, and you can buy it. Oh, it is actually out now by the looks of things. It is, yeah. I think it released today. Oh, it did release today. Okay, great stuff. Yeah, so I wonder if anybody would be interested in seeing that on the stream. It's basically like ground handling simulator. MK Studios actually worked alongside the developers for it, for a bunch of the scenery, I imagine, which is quite cool. But yeah, it looks quite good, doesn't it? I mean, ground handling is not something I'm particularly you know, familiar with in terms of the actual processes. So it'd be quite cool to just get that insight, really. I don't know how accurate it's going to be, whether it's just going to be a bit arcadey or what, but it looks like they've gone, you know, pretty far with, you know, getting realistic planes and aircraft in there, so I'd be intrigued. Commentators played the demo and quite enjoyed it. Oh, very good, very good. I've not played the demo, but yeah, I would be. Yeah, it looks cool, doesn't it? It looks cool. Mixed reviews though. Oh, let's have a look. Gameplay very good. Difficulty easy to learn, hard to master. That's what you like to see. Bugs can get annoying. Oh, okay, let's see. Would not recommend. Would recommend enjoyable to play, amazed by the simulation of the effect how wet ground will make a vehicle, but I have to give thumbs down for the amount of game-breaking bugs and general bugs it releases. Okay. Okay, I guess it's got some pretty annoying bugs by the sound of things. That's probably why it's mixed reviews, maybe. Buggy as hell. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sounds enjoyable regarding gameplay, but regarding bugs, I think it's probably not that great. But yeah, I'd be happy to just do some streaming of that. I think that's quite a relevant game for the stream, I think. Dennis, no problem at all. I'm glad you learn something every time. It always pleases me when someone says that. I'm always learning myself though, so yeah, I'm very humbled when someone says that. Works the de-icer ground. Does airport sim simulate back pain? I don't know, Dennis, actually. I don't know. We'll have to find out, won't we? Let's do a stream of it maybe soon. We'll try to do it fairly soon though, because we want it to be a little bit fresh. So maybe we'll do it next week or something. You could probably learn a lot of small details about planes. I imagine it would be interesting to look at for a short time, but a plane to play for a long time. Yes, I agree, Stian. Yeah, I agree. Right, we've leveled off. Didn't mean to do that. Let's keep going down. Oh no, we haven't leveled off. Still on VNAV path. Okay, that's fine. Keep going down. We set 4,000 initially. Alistair looks like he's just turning final-ish. Difficult to hear his transmissions at the moment though, due to the how far away he is. But we'll basically take a right at turn at Pole Hill. So we'll go to local altimeter and the approach checklist. Altimeter set and cross-checked. Approach checklist complete. We'll get the landing lights on, runway turn-off lights on, start switches to continuous, seatbelt signs can come back on. A bit late on that, but rambling, too busy rambling. Copper, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Much appreciated. Appreciate you all being here. Right. Let's go to heading select. Now give ourselves a right turn here. Kind of need to mute the music, but this is actually a really nice track, so... Right, let's go like this, and we'll go 1, 3, 2 on the intercept course, and we'll execute, giving ourselves the wrong 138. I should have put 138. There we go. Giving ourselves a nice extended center line there. Well, it still looks a bit wonky though. That should be perfect. Hang about. Least spread for traffic fuzzy 502 is on the downwind for runway 14. Least Bradford. Right, let's go 320. Go 3,000 feet and we'll go speed into vent. We'll start slowing down to the up speed. When did I turn my traffic display off? I'm sure I had that on. Oh, my terrain. What is going on? Here we go. Into the clouds. Temperature on plus 14, so we're okay regarding anti-ice. Give ourselves a right turn here. 030. Go flaps 1. And flaps 2. I'll keep going right. Oh wow. What's going on there? Least spread for traffic fuzzy 502 is on a base leg for runway 14. Least Bradford. Alright, we'll go flaps 5. Go 075 on the heading. Conditions don't look quite as bad as I anticipated actually at Leeds. A lot of low cloud though, which is expected. Let's check the weather one more time. Hang on. Oh, we've descended a bit quick here. Go VS 300. Apologies to my neighbours. Right. Scatter clouds at 200 feet, so quite low visibility. QNH 9 at 83, which is set. That's good. Winds 111.
2,500.
Got the low hanging cloud, crikey. Okay. Cool. So let's start the replay recording so that I don't forget. Yes, I will otherwise. Let's arm approach. Volok glide slope armed. Go to flaps 10. Heading 0 at 0. And we'll drop the gear. Remember, we've got that 3.5 degree glide slope, so I'm just going to start configuring, start slowing down a touch earlier. Here. We'll come all the way down to the flaps 10 speed, in fact. Alt holds. It's only 9.3 miles out. We're going to intercept just right before the final approach fix. So we've got some aircraft flying around here that are not showing on. Oh, that's Dave. That's Dave. Make sure you go in behind me, Dave. He's gone a different way around to what I did. Right, and flaps 15. Speed is checked. Volok. Alrighty, guys. Landing rate predictions in the chat. Bear in mind, Leeds Bradford has an absolutely pretty rough runway to land on. It's quite a difficult one, I will say. And quite short, actually, which we probably should have briefed, but we are used to Leeds Bradford. Right, so here comes the glide slope that's come down to the flaps 15 speed. 6.9 miles to go. We'll go to flaps 25. And we'll set a ref speed of 151. And flaps 30 will arm the speed brakes. Good. So engine start switches continuous, speed brakes armed, landing gear is down, flaps are 30, green light, landing checklist complete. Lovely job. Get both the autopilots in because it is rather low vis here. Interesting, it still says single channel. I thought it changed to dual or Cat 3 or something when you put both the autopilots in. I may be misremembering that. I don't think I've ever done an auto landing in a 737. Going altitude is 3000, and then the heading bug, let's sync that up as well. Oh, crikey. We can see the runway though, that's nice. Very bright out there. Alrighty, so we've got a bit of wind, but it's not too bad. Doesn't seem particularly turbulent either. 1,000 feet is checked, so stabilized.
Terrain.
Hey, what? Flares armed. Oh, it has changed from single channel now. Okay, fair enough. Right, anyways, let's land this sucker, chat, shall we? So, fuzz checks in the chat, landing rate predictions.
400.
Autopilot disconnected, autothrust disconnected.
100. 300.
Getting a bit high here.
2 minimums. 100. 50.
bit high over the threshold there.
30, 20, 10.
Didn't give enough aileron there, but reverse idle, speed brakes up. Now we'll go to manual brakes here. Reverse is stowed. Leeds Bradford traffic, fuzzy 502, backtracking runway 32 will report when vacated. Not bad, not bad. I was a little bit high coming over the threshold there in the end. But I think acceptable considering our emergency scenario.
Fuzzy 723 on stand 6.
I think we still landed in the touchdown zone, which is okay. Flaps retracted and speed brakes disarmed. Get our landing lights off, engine start switches off, APU can come on. Transponder can go to alt off. In fact, it can probably go all the way off. Lovely job. Welcome to Leeds Bradford chat. Unplanned. Unplanned. Oh dear. Very good. Yeah. Definitely the wind lifted my left wing a little bit there when I was in the flare. But not too shabby. Definitely not as good as the last landing. Although the last landing probably fairly hard to beat, I think. Pretty spot on, I think, if I do say so myself. Alright, we've got a 160, we've got a 276, and we've got a 220. I think Stian's probably going to be the closest here. I think. Safely on stand 5 or 6. Cool. I'm going to go for stand 7 just in case. Oh, there's no 7. Oh, we'll go for 9. Alrighty. Leeds Bradford, fuzzy 502, runway vacated. Right, let's get the strobe lights off. APU is on. That's all good. We'll go stand 9. Definitely going too quick. Hey, it doesn't look too bad here, the weather. Honestly, I thought it was going to be much worse than this. Well, that's good for Katie, who's doing, who's sleeping out on the streets tonight. I'm going to mention that just one more time before we close out the stream here. If you check the pinned comment in the chat, if you've not heard me say this already yet, my partner is doing a fundraiser for a local charity who work with homeless people, and for that she's actually sleeping on the street tonight with a group who are all doing sort of the same thing. And if you would like to contribute to a fantastic local charity to me, please do consider going to the pinned comment on the chat, and there's a link there where you can donate if you would be so kind and inclined. Right. If you want spice landing, go to Aberdeen 23, gusting 30. Oof! Crikey! That is some gust right there. Oh my days.
Manchester traffic turning 7 kilo turning into Dallas for runway 2.
Okie dokie. Let's hope this this marshalling gives us some good marshalling here. Yeah, this is live weather. I was expecting it to be slightly worse than this, to be quite honest with you, chat. Given the forecast. Right, parking brake is set. APU is online. We'll get the gens on. And we'll go ahead and shut down the engines. We'll get the ground crew to come. Put the chocks in place and the ground power. Lovely stuff. We'll get the seatbelt signs off now. And window heat can come off. APU bleed will leave off. And we'll get the packs off. Isolation valve to open. Ground power's here, so we'll stick that on. Get the APU off and the fuel pumps off as well. Okay, lovely stuff. What else did we forget? Not much, I don't think. Probably go ahead and stop the timers here. 1 hour and 9 minutes. Not too shabby. Right, okay then. Good stuff. Welcome to these Bradford chats. Our colleague Alistair over there in the fuzzair 737. Love to see it. Love to see it. It is quite moody though around here, isn't it, right? There's Dave. Cool. Alrighty then, guys. So let's have a look on Newsky at our report now. It's going to be reading slightly different due to the fact we had an emergency. But we can definitely still look at the landing report. That's for sure. Right. So. Oh, I can't. I have to bring it over here like this because the fuzz pad's not working. Right, so it didn't do too bad. We were on time. I mean, obviously we diverted, so these times are a bit arbitrary, really, aren't we? Didn't make any money either. Emergency declared. That being said, we can look at the landing. We've got a great touchdown, normal conditions, 1.25 G, 305 feet per minute. Oh, so Roy was in fact the closest then. Crikey, I was being too optimistic. And distance on threshold 572 meters, so definitely a bit on the longer side. Max centerline deviation not quite as much as the last landing though, which is always nice to see. Let's zoom in a bit. Yes, definitely quite close to the end of the touchdown zone there. Not the greatest, but it looks like we more or less got centerline. And yeah, I mean I can't be too upset with that, but I think Roy was the closest. Congratulations, my friend Roy. And obviously we don't get a pilot score here because of the fact we declared an emergency. So no score there, but that's that. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that one. Let's watch a replay real quick before we wrap things up here on the stream. I'll make sure to disconnect on VPilot in just a moment. Let's just have a look around and see our colleagues who have now arrived. Lovely stuff. Very nice. Lovely lighting. It looks so atmospheric around this airport at the moment, doesn't it? It's totally pitch black out my window, so I can't really concur as to whether that's actually what it looks like. I can't see the airport from my my house, but I am fairly close by. Alrighties. Well, let's go ahead and watch a replay then, shall we? Oh, I forgot to do all the deboarding and whatnot. Oopsie daisies. Who forgot to put leads in? Oh no, Dave. Oopsie daisies. Smooth flying, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much. It has been too long, hasn't it? Hopefully it won't be as long until the next stream. You have to ignore the power cable. Roy, take it easy, my friends. Have a fantastic evening and your weekend. Yeah, I flared a bit too early, didn't I? Yeah, look at that. Bit too early on the flare there. I mean, I didn't really float so much, but I was already a bit high over the threshold, so flaring early definitely didn't help my landing distance there. And you could see the left wing just come up a little bit there. There it goes. Definitely should have put a bit more aileron into the wind as I was coming in there. All the sounds just disappeared. I don't know why that's happened. Let's have a look at this guy. Yeah, look at that flare. Far too early. And there's that shift of weight over to the right. Yeah, definitely not my best, but I'll take it. Right then, homies. Let's go one of these guys. Let's play the stream out like this. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Leave a like on your way out if you haven't already. And once again, regarding the fundraiser, please do considering giving some money to the Simon on the Streets charity. The link is pinned in the chat. So once again, guys, I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. Thank you very much for tuning in. And hopefully I'll catch you in fairly soon with maybe some airport sim action. Alright guys, take it easy. Have a good evening. Bye for now. What a tune. Bye.